In the early decades of the American Republic, when New York Harbor was still a patchwork of small ferries and the continent beyond remained mostly untamed, a boy from Staten Island borrowed $100 from his mother and bought a flat-bottomed boat. That single act, unremarkable in its moment, set in motion a life that would reshape the infrastructure of a nation and define the brutal logic of 19th-century capitalism. Cornelius Vanderbilt died in 1877, worth more than $100 million, a sum representing over 1% of the entire American economy, having built steamship lines, railroad empires, and the terminals that tied them together. His name endures not only because of the wealth he accumulated, but because of the methods he pioneered. Predatory pricing that bankrupted rivals, legislative manipulation that bent law to profit, and an almost mechanical indifference to the workers, passengers, and communities caught in the gears of his ambition. This is not a story of virtue rewarded. Vanderbilt's rise was fueled by relentless cost discipline, a willingness to sustain losses longer than any competitor, and an instinct for seizing physical choke points, docks, depots, routes that others could not bypass. He did not invent monopoly, but he perfected its choreography, proving that control of infrastructure could yield returns far beyond the profits of any single business. Along the way, he paid bribes, waged stock wars, and left behind a trail of ruined competitors and a regulatory backlash that would reshape American law for generations. His legacy is inseparable from the term robber baron, a label that captures both the scale of his achievement and the cost it imposed on others. What follows is the chronicle of how a ferryman's son became the Commodore, how ambition hardened into empire, and how one man's fortune became a parable about the limits and consequences of unrestrained power. Welcome to Richie Rich Stories. Please do not forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, share the video with your circle, and let us know where you are from, what time it is now, and how you feel today in the comments below. Now, pick your sweetest spot and enjoy tonight's story. This audiobook is based on true stories, but some events, characters, places, and conversations are fictionalized for dramatic purposes. The cold waters of the Kill Van Kull reflected the first hint of dawn as the boy guided the flat-bottomed periauger toward the western shore of Manhattan. At 11 years old, Cornelius Vanderbilt's hands were already calloused from years of farm work and now bore the additional marks of rope and oar. The boat rocked gently beneath him, laden with oysters harvested from Staten Island beds, treasures of the tidal flats that would fetch a fair price at the Manhattan markets. Behind him, Staten Island diminished into the morning haze. His home in Port Richmond was little more than a modest farmhouse overlooking the strait. Where the Vanderbilt family, all 9 children under the watchful eyes of Cornelius Sr. and Phoebe, scratched a living from the reluctant soil and increasingly from the waters that surrounded them. The year was 1805, and young Cornelius had been accompanying his father on these ferry crossings since he was 8, first as a silent observer, then gradually taking on responsibilities. Securing cargo, collecting the occasional penny from passengers, reading the water and the weather. Now he sometimes made the crossing alone, entrusted with the family's periauger and whatever goods they had to sell. Mind the current, his father had warned him before dawn. It's running stronger with the spring tide. Don't waste time at the landing. The boy nodded, knowing that wasted time meant wasted money, and in the Vanderbilt household, both were considered nearly sinful. His mother had reinforced the lesson as she packed a simple meal of bread and salt pork for his journey. "Remember what I told you about the oyster prices," Phoebe had said, her work-worn fingers deftly wrapping the food in cloth. "Don't take less than 18 cents a bushel. The Van Pelts got 20 yesterday." Phoebe Hand Vanderbilt was the undisputed financial mind of the family, with a head for numbers and a stern practicality that brooked no extravagance. Where his father understood boats and farming, his mother understood money, how to get it, how to keep it, and, most importantly, how to make it grow. As Manhattan's jumble of low buildings came into clearer view, Cornelius adjusted his course, compensating for the current that sought to push him south toward the wider harbor. The city was growing rapidly, already home to more than 75,000 souls, its waterfront a chaos of wharves, warehouses, and ships from every corner of the Atlantic world. For a farm boy from Staten Island, each approach to this metropolis was a glimpse into a universe of possibility. The smell reached him first, a complex bouquet of saltwater, rotting fish, tar, horse manure, and wood smoke. Then came the sounds, the shouts of stevedores, the creak of dock timbers, the endless symphony of commerce. As he approached the wharf, Cornelius spotted an opening between two larger vessels and deftly maneuvered his craft into the space. "Ho there, young Vanderbilt," called a stevedore. "Your father let you loose again, has he?" "Got oysters," the boy replied, tying off his boat with practiced efficiency. "Fresh this morning." The boy's manner was serious beyond his years, with none of the fidgeting or distraction common to children. He moved with purpose, securing his vessel and preparing to unload his cargo with the methodical precision his mother had instilled in him. Time was money, and the Vanderbilts had precious little of either to waste. By mid-morning, Cornelius had sold his oysters at 19 cents per bushel, a penny more than his mother's minimum, and had taken on 2 passengers for the return journey to Staten Island, a carpenter and his apprentice bound for a job in Port Richmond. The 3 cents per passenger would be a welcome addition to the day's earnings. "You're the ferry boy, then?" the carpenter asked, settling his considerable bulk on the wooden bench. "Yes, sir," Cornelius answered, pushing off from the dock with a long pole before taking up the oars. "Vanderbilt's ferry. Bit young to be handling a boat yourself, aren't you?" Cornelius didn't reply, focusing instead on the rhythm of his rowing. He'd learned early that explanations were usually a waste of breath, and that actions spoke with greater clarity. By the time they reached the middle of the Kill Van Call, the carpenter's skepticism had given way to grudging respect for the boy's obvious skill. "You know these waters well," he commented as Cornelius navigated a tricky current. "Been working them since I was 6, the boy replied, his voice matter-of-fact. "Started with my father, now I sometimes take the boat out alone." What he didn't say was how he had absorbed every lesson the water could teach. How to read the surface patterns that revealed hidden currents, how to gauge the wind from the way it rippled across the harbor, how to find the fastest route across the ever-changing waters. These were secrets that could not be taught, only learned through endless hours of observation and practice. Back in Port Richmond by early afternoon, Cornelius handed the day's earnings to his mother, who counted the coins carefully before nodding in approval. "The carpenter paid without complaint?" she asked, tucking the money into a small wooden box she kept hidden in the kitchen. "Yes, ma'am, and I got 19 for the oysters." A slight softening around Phoebe's eyes was all the praise he received, but it was enough. In the Vanderbilt household, success was expected, not celebrated. The rest of the day was spent on farm chores. There were always crops to tend, animals to feed, repairs to make. The family subsistence farm required constant attention, a relentless cycle of planting, harvesting, and maintenance that consumed every daylight hour. Cornelius worked alongside his siblings, moving between tasks with the same quiet efficiency he brought to his ferry duties. That evening, as the family gathered around the table for a simple meal of salt pork, potatoes, and greens from the garden, Cornelius Sr. discussed the next day's work. "There's word of a merchant looking to move some goods from Manhattan to Brooklyn," he said, breaking off a piece of coarse bread. "Might be worth more than our usual ferry runs." "What sort of goods?" Phoebe asked, her practical mind immediately assessing the opportunity. "Cloth and some hardware. Nothing too heavy for the periauger." "Who's the merchant?" Her question was pointed. The Vanderbilts had been burned before by customers slow to pay. "Fellow named Livingston. Comes recommended by the Johnsons." Phoebe nodded, satisfied with the reference. The conversation moved on to other matters. A neighbor's sick cow, rumors of a new road being planned, the price of corn at the market, the mundane concerns of a farming family on the rural fringes of a growing commercial center. Young Cornelius ate silently, listening to the adults and absorbing their worries and calculations. Though his formal education had ended the previous year when he left the local Port Richmond school at age 11, his real education continued daily lessons in commerce, human nature, and survival taught by parents who understood that in their world, knowledge was as valuable as currency. Later, as he lay on his straw mattress in the small room he shared with two brothers, Cornelius stared at the ceiling, mentally retracing the day's journey across the Kill Van Kull. In his mind, he adjusted his route, finding small improvements, a better angle against the current here, a more efficient approach to the dock there. Each imagined refinement might save minutes, and saved minutes meant more trips, more cargo, more pennies. It was a calculation as natural to him as breathing. His thoughts were interrupted when his youngest brother James stirred beside him. "Corny," the 8-year-old whispered, using the family nickname, "will you take me on the boat tomorrow?" "If Father says it's all right," Cornelius answered, "but you'll have to work, not just ride." "I will. I promise." Cornelius made no further reply, but in the darkness, he felt a pang of something, not quite sympathy, but recognition. His brother wanted what he had, not just the adventure of crossing the water, but the pride of contributing, of being useful. In the Vanderbilt world, usefulness was the highest virtue. The following morning broke gray and drizzling, with a stiff breeze from the northeast that promised rougher waters than usual. Cornelius Sr. studied the sky with a practiced eye as the family finished a breakfast of porridge. "The Livingston job will have to wait," he declared. "Weather's turning. We'll stick to short ferry runs today, if any." Disappointment flickered across young Cornelius's face. The merchant job would have meant extra coins, but he knew better than to question his father's judgment about the water. The Kill Van Kull could turn treacherous quickly when the weather soured, and a full periauger could easily be swamped by the choppy waves that even now would be building across the strait. Instead, the day was spent on indoor work mending nets, repairing a broken harrow, sorting seed for the spring planting. By mid-afternoon, the promised storm had arrived in earnest, lashing the farmhouse with rain and rattling the shutters with gusts that made the oil lamps flicker. "Good thing you weren't out in that," Phoebe remarked to her husband as they worked together at the kitchen table, he whittling a new handle for a tool, she mending a torn shirt. Cornelius Sr. grunted in agreement, his weathered face impassive. Boy was hoping for the merchant job, though. "There'll be other jobs," Phoebe replied pragmatically. "Better to miss one day's profit than lose the boat." Young Cornelius, sitting nearby and working at the tedious task of untangling fishing line, absorbed this exchange without comment. The lesson that preservation of capital sometimes outweighed immediate gain was one he would carry forward, though none of them could have imagined how far. The storm lasted through the night and into the next day, keeping the periauger tied securely at the small family dock. By the third day, the weather had cleared enough for limited ferry operations to resume, though the water remained choppy and the winds unpredictable. "Take James with you," Cornelius Sr. instructed as his eldest son prepared the boat for a trip to Manhattan. Just passengers today, no cargo. Water's still too rough." The younger boy's face lit up with excitement as he scrambled to join his brother at the dock. At 14, Cornelius was already showing the height that would eventually make him a physically imposing man, standing nearly a head taller than most boys his age. Beside him, 8-year-old James looked particularly small, though he moved with the same purposeful energy that characterized all the Vanderbilt children. "Stay out of the way unless I tell you to do something," Cornelius instructed as they cast off. "And hold on when we get to the middle. The current's going to be strong today." The crossing proved to be as challenging as predicted, with contrary winds and a powerful tidal flow that fought the periauger at every turn. Cornelius handled the boat with calm competence, his young muscles straining against the oars when necessary, expertly trimming the small sail when the wind cooperated. James watched in silence, occasionally responding to a barked instruction to shift his weight or help adjust the sail. Their passengers, a merchant and his wife, bound for Manhattan on business, seemed initially wary of being ferried by two boys. But their concern gave way to cautious confidence as Cornelius demonstrated his mastery of both vessel and waterway. "You handle this boat like a man born to it," the merchant commented as they approached the Manhattan shore, the periauger riding the waves with surprising stability despite the challenging conditions. "Yes, sir," Cornelius replied without elaboration, focusing on the approaching dock. "Do you plan to follow your father in the ferry business then?" The question caught the boy off guard, not because he hadn't thought about his future, but because in the Vanderbilt household, one didn't speak of plans and dreams. One simply worked, saved, and took whatever opportunities presented themselves. "I suppose so," he answered after a moment. "It's good work when the weather holds." The merchant nodded thoughtfully. "There's money to be made on the water, right enough, especially with the city growing as it is. A man who knows these currents could do well for himself." Cornelius made no reply, but the words lodged in his mind, settling alongside the practical knowledge of winds and tides and the endless calculations of time and distance that already occupied his thoughts. There was money to be made on the water. Not just the pennies and occasional shillings of the ferry trade, but real money. The kind that might someday lift a family from subsistence to security. That evening, as the family gathered once more around the dinner table, James regaled his siblings with an animated account of the day's journey, embellishing the rough waters and his own contributions until the trip sounded like an epic voyage rather than a routine ferry crossing. "The waves were as high as the house," he declared, gesturing dramatically. But Corny wasn't afraid at all. He just sailed right through them like they were nothing. Phoebe's mouth tightened at the exaggeration. "Mind you don't turn truth into tale-telling, James," she warned. "Pride's a sin, and so is lying." "I'm not lying," the boy protested. "It was rough water, truly, and Corny handled it just fine." Did he now? Cornelius Sr. looked at his eldest son, one eyebrow raised in question. "It was choppy," Cornelius confirmed with characteristic economy. "Nothing the boat couldn't handle." His father nodded, the matter settled. In their world, competence was assumed, not praised. To have done otherwise, to have misread the water or mishandled the boat, would have been the only thing worthy of comment. Yet later, as the household settled for the night, Cornelius Sr. paused by his eldest son's pallet. "The merchant and his wife," he said quietly. "They paid the full fare?" "Yes, sir. 3 cents each." "And they were satisfied with the crossing?" "Seemed to be. The man said I handled the boat well." The father was silent for a moment, his weathered face unreadable in the dim light. Then, almost imperceptibly, he nodded. "Tomorrow, you can take the periauger out again. The Johnsons need to move some crates to Brooklyn." It wasn't praise, not in the conventional sense, but in the Vanderbilt household, trust was the highest compliment. The boy was being entrusted with the family's most valuable asset, their means of livelihood, because he had proven himself capable. No greater acknowledgment was necessary or expected. As spring gave way to summer in 1806, young Cornelius found himself increasingly taking charge of the family's ferry operations. By his 12th birthday, he was regularly running the boat independently, developing a small but loyal clientele who specifically requested the Vanderbilt boy for their transport needs. His quiet competence and unfailing reliability earned him a reputation that extended beyond Port Richmond to the wharves of Manhattan and Brooklyn. What no one yet recognized, perhaps not even the boy himself, was that during these formative years on the waters of New York Harbor, Cornelius Vanderbilt was developing more than just skill with boat and sail. He was developing an intuitive understanding of routes and demand, of efficiency and market psychology that would one day transform American transportation and commerce. For now, though, he remained simply a serious, hard-working farm boy with an unusual aptitude for the water, dutifully turning his earnings over to his mother, who carefully saved every extra penny in the wooden box hidden in the kitchen, a box whose contents would soon fund the first independent business venture of the future Commodore. The foundation was being laid, not in grand ambitions or bold declarations, but in the quiet, persistent mastery of wind and tide, in the careful counting of pennies, in the unflinching commitment to work that characterized the Vanderbilt family's struggle for survival on the rural shores of Staten Island. The crisp May air carried the tang of salt across Staten Island as 16-year-old Cornelius Vanderbilt stood before his mother, Phoebe. Morning light filtered through the small windows of their modest farmhouse, illuminating dust motes that danced between mother and son. Outside, the distant sounds of the harbor creaking wood, snapping canvas, shouted orders, carried on the breeze. $100, Cornelius said, his voice steady despite the enormity of the request. With interest. Phoebe's weathered hands, calloused from decades of farm work and child-rearing, rested atop the worn wooden table. Her eyes, the same penetrating gray as her son's, studied him with calculation rather than sentiment. Terms, she replied simply. Repayment within a year, with proper interest. Phoebe nodded once, her expression unchanged. On this periauger? Augur, you've inspected it thoroughly? Yes. Flat-bottomed, single-mast, seaworthy enough for the harbor crossings. What passed between them was not the tender negotiation between most mothers and sons, but a business arrangement, coldly pragmatic, devoid of sentimentality. The Vanderbilts had survived generations of coastal hardship, not through softness, but through an unflinching appraisal of opportunity and risk. The Staten Island-Manhattan route is crowded, Phoebe observed. Stevens operates there. So does Decker. Cornelius leaned forward. They're comfortable, set in their ways, charging whatever they please. And you? I'll charge less, work longer. When they retire to their hearths at dusk, I'll still be on the water. Phoebe's mouth tightened, not in disapproval, but in recognition. The boy before her was her own blood, calculating value with the same merciless precision she applied to every transaction in her life. The money is not a gift, she said finally. It's an investment. I expect return. You'll have it, Cornelius replied with quiet certainty. The periauger cut through the gray waters of New York Harbor, its sail bent under the pressure of a gusting May wind. At the tiller, Cornelius stood bareheaded, his angular face already taking on the weathered quality of a man who lived in perpetual negotiation with the elements. The flat-bottomed vessel rode low in the water, heavy with its cargo of passengers, laborers headed to Manhattan, merchants returning to Staten Island. The War of 1812 loomed on the horizon, still unannounced, but gathering like the storm clouds that periodically swept across the harbor. British ships had been stopping American vessels, impressing sailors into His Majesty's service. The newspapers were filled with arguments between Federalists, urging continued trade with England, and Democratic Republicans demanding retaliation. Cornelius cared little for these political disputes. What mattered was that the gathering tensions had already increased military preparations around New York Harbor. Forts were being provisioned. Troops were being moved. Supply contracts were being issued. "You're cutting it close to those shoals, boy," an older passenger remarked, eyeing the route Cornelius had chosen. "Saving 20 minutes," Cornelius replied without turning his head. "You'll reach Manhattan by 10, not 10:30. The passenger glanced at the other boats plying the waters, all giving the shoals a wider berth. 20 minutes isn't worth my life." Cornelius adjusted his course by the smallest increment, just enough to acknowledge the concern without surrendering the advantage. "I've never lost a passenger yet," he said. The "yet" hung in the air, a quiet acknowledgement of risk rather than a denial of it. By June, his reputation was established. The Vanderbilt periauger, always first to launch at dawn, last to dock at night, fastest across the water, cheapest fare at 18 cents, became known along the waterfront. What passengers whispered about, with equal measures of anxiety and appreciation, was his seeming indifference to weather that kept other ferrymen in port. August brought chopping seas and a stinging rain that fell horizontally across the harbor. Cornelius stood drenched at the tiller, his thin cotton shirt plastered against his wiry frame. The only passengers today were 3 soldiers headed for Fort Richmond, where Staten Island narrowed at the entrance to the harbor. "Captain wouldn't have sent us across in this weather if he'd known," one soldier muttered, bailing water from the bottom of the boat with cupped hands. "He knew," Cornelius replied. "Asked me specific this morning if I'd be running. Told him I run regardless." The wind shifted suddenly, catching the sail at a treacherous angle. The periauger heeled sharply to starboard. A less experienced hand might have overcorrected, but Cornelius merely adjusted his weight, leaned against the tiller with practiced precision, and brought the vessel back to its course. "Christ," one of the soldiers breathed. "You swim?" Cornelius asked, his expression unchanged. "No. Learn," Cornelius advised, as if discussing the weather. "Boats capsize. Men who can't swim die. Men who can swim have a chance." It was not bravado, but pragmatism. Cornelius had already survived 2 capsizings that summer. The harbor had taught him that survival was not about avoiding risk, but about calculating it correctly and preparing for failure. Later that day, having delivered the soldiers, he sheltered briefly at a dockside tavern near Fort Richmond. The barkeep, a broad-shouldered man with gin blossoms across his nose, slid a mug of ale across the scarred wooden counter. "On the house," he said. "Not many would have made that crossing today." Cornelius accepted the drink with a nod. "Business is business." "There's business and there's foolhardiness," the barkeep countered. "The line between them is profit," Cornelius replied. He took a measured sip, watching the tavern fill with soldiers and laborers from the fort. "You building up the fortifications?" he asked, nodding toward a cluster of men in work clothes. "President's orders. British trouble coming, they say." Cornelius nodded thoughtfully. "Fort needs supplies. Daily. More when the new troops arrive next month." Cornelius finished his ale in silence, already calculating. Government contracts meant guaranteed volume, set schedules, fixed routes. By the time he pushed away from the bar, he'd formulated the beginnings of a plan. War was declared in June 1812, though the news took time to percolate through the layers of society. For Cornelius, it manifested first as an increase in military movement around the harbor. Fort Richmond, Fort Tompkins, and hastily constructed batteries along the Narrows all required constant resupply. Soldiers needed transport. Officers needed faster passage. By midsummer, Cornelius had secured a modest government contract to ferry supplies to the harbor fortifications. The schedule was demanding. 4 crossings daily, regardless of weather, but the compensation was reliable. In practice, payment from the War Department came irregularly. Weeks would pass with promises rather than funds. Cornelius found himself extending credit to a government that showed little urgency in settling accounts. "Another delay," he muttered one September evening, folding a letter from the quartermaster and tucking it into his pocket. He stood on the Staten Island dock, watching the sunset gild the increasingly militarized harbor. A year into his independent venture, he'd made considerable progress. The loan to his mother repaid with interest, a steady profit accumulating despite the investment in a second, larger boat. Government work, asked a weathered fisherman sorting his catch nearby. For now. "Bad business," the old man offered. "They pay when they please, not when they owe. I'm learning that. My brother supplied fish to Valley Forge in '78. Washington himself signed the receipt. Never saw a Continental for it." Cornelius absorbed this in silence. The harbor was changing around him. Naval vessels patrolling, privateers slipping out to hunt British merchant ships, commercial traffic adapting to the blockade that tightened month by month. Where others saw disruption, he recognized opportunity, but not with the government as his primary customer. That night, in the small room he rented near the dock, he meticulously recorded the day's transactions in his ledger. Each entry was made with the same careful hand, each figure precisely calculated. This was not the work of a traditional sailor, but of a man who understood that wealth was built through attention to the smallest margins. A knock at his door interrupted his calculations. "Enter," he called without looking up. The door opened to reveal Thomas Jenkins, a harbor pilot with whom Cornelius had developed a cautious professional respect. "You still running to Manhattan tomorrow?" Jenkins asked. "Dawn as usual. Got a merchant needs passage. Textiles. British blockades got him nervous about his regular shipper." Cornelius set down his pen. "How much cargo?" 4 crates, plus him and his clerk. 36 cents per person, $2 per crate. Jenkins raised an eyebrow. "That's above your usual." "Blockade prices," Cornelius replied evenly. "War raises risks, risks raise rates." Jenkins studied him for a moment, then nodded. "He'll pay. Needs those goods in Manhattan by noon." After Jenkins left, Cornelius made a new entry in his ledger, calculating the expected profit from this private contract. The figures were considerably more favorable than his government work. He tapped his finger thoughtfully on the page, mind working through the implications. Private contracts, higher rates, immediate payment, no bureaucracy. The lesson was forming with crystalline clarity. Government money looked attractive on its face, but came with hidden costs, delays, paperwork, political considerations that had nothing to do with the quality of service provided. By early 1830, as his 17th birthday approached, Cornelius had begun redirecting his business strategy. While maintaining the minimum requirements of his government contracts, he aggressively pursued private commercial work. Merchants needing fast transport through increasingly dangerous waters, families willing to pay premium rates for reliable passage, businesses adapting to wartime constraints. His fleet had grown to 3 boats, each operated with the same driving intensity. The men he hired quickly learned the Vanderbilt method: relentless hours, punishing standards, unwavering attention to costs. Those who couldn't maintain his pace didn't last a week. "You're building quite the operation," observed Richard Thompson, a Manhattan merchant who had become a regular client. They stood on the city dock one April morning, watching as Thompson's goods were unloaded with methodical efficiency. "It's a beginning," Cornelius replied. Thompson gestured toward the harbor, where naval vessels patrolled against the increasingly effective British blockade. "Most men are scaling back in these uncertain times. You're expanding." Uncertainty creates opportunity for those willing to navigate it. Thompson studied the younger man's profile, the sharp lines already hardened by sun and wind and calculation. "You've survived capsizings, I hear. 3 of them now." "4, Cornelius corrected without emotion. "Lost cargo twice, never passengers." "That's a reputation worth something in this harbor." Later that day, returning to Staten Island with the westerly wind filling his sail, Cornelius spotted a British frigate patrolling just beyond the Narrows. The war was tightening its grip on New York's maritime lifeline. Eventually, the blockade would become complete, choking off Atlantic trade entirely. For many captains, this prospect brought only dread. For Cornelius, studying the British ship through narrowed eyes, it represented an adjustment to calculations already in progress. Foreign trade would suffer, but domestic coastal transport would become more valuable. Goods that once traveled directly to overseas markets would need to move coastally to ports with less effective blockades. This was the essential Vanderbilt insight, already forming in his adolescent mind, that disruption was not something merely to survive, but to exploit. Where systems broke down, new systems could be built, more efficient and more profitable than what came before. The winter of 1804 brought news that the British had burned Washington. Fear gripped New York that the city might be next. Military preparations intensified. The harbor fortifications were strengthened. Militia drilled in city squares. Cornelius viewed these developments with detachment. By now, his fleet had grown to 8 vessels of varying sizes, each selected for specific routes and purposes. His operation had expanded beyond simple ferry service to include specialized transport contracts with merchants who valued reliability above all else. "You're charging twice what your competitors charge," complained one potential client on the Manhattan dock. "I'm guaranteeing arrival," Cornelius responded. "They're guaranteeing only departure." This distinction between promising to try and promising to deliver defined his growing reputation. In an environment where trust was scarce and failure common, Vanderbilt's almost mechanical reliability became a market signal worth paying for. His methods remained unchanged: 16-hour days, ruthless attention to costs, undercutting competitors on routes he wished to dominate, premium pricing for services only he could reliably provide. What began as the desperate work ethic of a teenage debtor had evolved into a business philosophy. When the war finally ended in 1815, with the Treaty of Ghent returning the status quo ante bellum, New York Harbor erupted in celebration. Ships were decked with flags. Cannons fired salutes. Dock workers and sailors drank themselves into oblivion in waterfront taverns. Cornelius spent the day reviewing his ledgers, calculating the adjustments needed for peacetime operations. The war had taught him valuable lessons about government contracts, risk assessment, opportunity and disruption, and the premium value of reliability. Peace would require new applications of these principles. By 1806, at 22, he had expanded to a dozen boats, and had begun experimenting with larger vessels capable of coastal runs to more distant ports. The borrowed periauger that began his independent career had multiplied into a small fleet. The $100 loan had grown into an enterprise worth many thousands. What remained unchanged was the driving intensity with which he approached every aspect of his operation. Competitors who attempted to match his prices found themselves unable to maintain his punishing schedule. Those who matched his hours couldn't achieve his efficiency. The harbor was becoming a Darwinian laboratory in which Vanderbilt's methods consistently prevailed. One foggy morning in late 1806, Cornelius stood on the Staten Island dock, watching as one of his vessels emerged from the mist. The war was over. The economy was shifting again. New technologies were appearing on the horizon, rumors of steamboats that could move against wind and tide, making schedules more predictable than ever before. He observed the approaching boat with calculating eyes. The sailors worked with the precision he demanded, every movement economical, every minute accounted for. This was no longer the desperate venture of a boy with a borrowed boat, but the beginning of something much larger, a system built on principles that would eventually reshape American commerce. The $100 boat had become the first piece of a commercial empire still in its earliest form, its future dimensions not yet visible even to its creator. But the essential elements were already in place: risk tolerance forged in dangerous waters, ruthless efficiency honed through endless hours of operation, and a willingness to adapt strategy based on hard-earned lessons. The borrowed money had been repaid long ago. The education acquired in these formative years would prove invaluable for decades to come. The Hudson River glowed like hammered gold in the late afternoon sun of 1807, its surface rippled by the steady churn of a passing steamboat. Cornelius Vanderbilt stood at the helm, his weathered hands gripping the wheel with quiet authority. At 23, he had already spent half his life on the water, but this voyage marked the beginning of something different, a pivot from the familiar rhythms of sail to the mechanized future of steam. "Keep her steady, Cornelius," Thomas Gibbons called from behind him, his voice cutting through the engine's persistent rumble. "We're making good time today." Vanderbilt nodded, his eyes fixed on the waterway ahead. Gibbons was a prominent New Jersey businessman with ambitions that matched Vanderbilt's own appetite for challenge. The job offer had come at a fortuitous moment, $1,000 a year plus profit share to Captain Gibbons's steamboat on the route between New Brunswick and New York. For a man accustomed to the precarious independence of sailing his own vessels, accepting employment had required a certain swallowing of pride. But Cornelius recognized an education when he saw one. 3 minutes faster than yesterday's crossing, Vanderbilt replied, checking his pocket watch. "If we maintain this pace through summer, we'll draw passengers from the Livingston boats, monopoly or not." The mention of monopoly darkened Gibbons's expression. Robert Fulton and Robert Livingston had secured exclusive rights to operate steamboats in New York waters, a stranglehold on commerce that Gibbons was determined to break. "The Constitution never intended for states to regulate interstate commerce," Gibbons said. "Every time we complete a voyage, we prove it." That evening, Vanderbilt remained aboard after passengers disembarked, meticulously recording the day's fuel consumption in a small leather-bound ledger. Coal and wood, the lifeblood of steam travel, represented the heaviest ongoing expense. Beneath the dim glow of an oil lamp, his pencil scratched precise figures: tonnage burned, distance traveled, minutes saved compared to the previous week's journeys. "Most captains leave this to their pursers," observed Aaron Ogden, a rival operator who had come aboard under the pretense of a social call. A former New Jersey governor, Ogden held the Livingston-Fulton license for the same route that Gibbons was contesting. Vanderbilt closed the ledger. Most captains aren't interested in understanding every penny that passes through their hands. A captain's job is navigation, not accounting, Ogden replied with polite disdain. With respect, sir, a captain's job is to deliver maximum value from his vessel. Can't be done without knowing her costs down to the nail. In the months that followed, Vanderbilt immersed himself in the mechanics of steam navigation with the same obsessive attention he had once given to wind and tide. At night, while docked, he would descend into the engine room, studying the complex machinery by lantern light. He questioned the engineers relentlessly about boiler efficiency, valve operations, pressure tolerances, memorizing specifications and maintenance schedules that most captains delegated entirely to their technical crew. "You're wasting your time with those mechanical details," a fellow captain told him over whiskey at a waterfront tavern in early 1818. "That's what we hire engineers for." "The man who understands his vessel completely is never at another's mercy," Cornelius replied, nursing his single drink while others ordered seconds and thirds. His natural austerity, plain dress, minimal drinking, careful speech marked him as an outsider among the more boisterous river captains. By 1809, economic crisis had descended upon the nation. Banks collapsed, businesses shuttered, and unemployment surged through the streets of New York like a tide. Yet the Gibbons operation continued, even as other vessels sat idle at their moorings. Vanderbilt had developed a reputation for running in conditions that kept other captains in port fog, ice, contrary winds that challenged the still-developing steam technology. "We're not a fair-weather service," he instructed his crew during a particularly dismal February storm. "When other boats stay docked, we gain loyalty." This reliability formed the foundation of a growing advantage. Merchants began scheduling shipments specifically for Gibbons vessels, knowing that, unlike competitors, Vanderbilt's commitment to schedule was nearly fanatical. His turnarounds in port grew legendary cargo, offloaded, coal replenished, and departures executed with military precision. Behind this operational success, however, loomed the constant legal shadow of the Livingston-Fulton monopoly. Vanderbilt had developed techniques for evading the authorities who sought to impound Gibbons' boats for violating New York's exclusive grant. "They're waiting at Whitehall today," his lookout reported one gray morning in 1820. Vanderbilt nodded, contemplating the options with the detached calculation that was becoming his hallmark. "We'll dock at the Jersey side, have carriages ready to bring the passengers across by land." "That adds expense," the purser noted. "Less than a seized vessel," Vanderbilt replied. "And it demonstrates our commitment. Passengers remember who fought to complete their journey." By 1821, Gibbons had promoted Vanderbilt from captain to manager of his steamboat operations, recognizing the rare combination of navigational skill and business acumen. The promotion brought greater responsibility and deeper involvement in the ongoing legal strategy against the monopoly. "The case is working its way to the Supreme Court," Gibbons explained one evening, spreading documents across his mahogany desk. "We need to prove that our operations are essential interstate commerce, not subject to New York's restrictions." Vanderbilt studied the legal briefs with the same intensity he had applied to steam mechanics. Though lacking formal education, his mind absorbed the constitutional principles at stake. The Commerce Clause, federal versus state authority, the definition of interstate navigation. He recognized that law, like wind and current, represented a force that could either impede or accelerate his passage. "If we win," Vanderbilt said, "it changes everything, not just for steamboats." Gibbons nodded. "For all commerce between states, the very structure of American business." Through 1822 and 1823, as the legal challenge progressed through lower courts, Vanderbilt continued refining operations. He introduced new loading techniques that reduced time in port, experimented with fuel mixtures that increased efficiency, and developed maintenance schedules that minimized unexpected breakdowns. Each improvement was meticulously documented in his growing collection of ledgers: cost per mile, cost per passenger, profit per voyage. "You've turned the operation into a science," Gibbons remarked, reviewing the quarterly figures. "A predictable business is a profitable one," Vanderbilt replied. "And profitability is the strongest argument against monopoly." In February of 1824, Vanderbilt traveled to Washington with Gibbons for the Supreme Court arguments in what had become known as Gibbons v. Ogden. The capital city impressed him little. Its grand buildings and political posturing seemed detached from the practical realities of commerce. But the court proceedings captured his complete attention. Daniel Webster, representing Gibbons, argued forcefully that the Constitution's Commerce Clause placed interstate navigation under federal, not state, jurisdiction. Vanderbilt, seated in the gallery, listened with unusual stillness, absorbing the constitutional theory that would either liberate or constrain his future. The power to regulate commerce is complete in itself, may be exercised to its utmost extent, and acknowledges no limitations other than are prescribed in the Constitution, Webster declared, his resonant voice filling the chamber. When called upon to provide operational testimony, Vanderbilt spoke with precise detail about the practical realities of interstate steam navigation. His descriptions of routes, schedules, and cargo patterns provided concrete evidence of the interstate nature of the business. Though not a natural public speaker, the clarity of his operational knowledge impressed even the justices. Later, walking the cold streets of Washington after the day's proceedings, Gibbons expressed confidence. "Webster was magnificent. And your testimony provided exactly the practical foundation we needed." Vanderbilt nodded, his breath visible in the winter air. "Laws matter more than I once believed. They're not just obstacles to navigate around. They can be tools that reshape the entire harbor." On March 2, 1824, Chief Justice John Marshall delivered the court's decision, striking down New York's steamboat monopoly. "The federal government's power to regulate interstate commerce," Marshall declared, "superseded any state-granted exclusive privilege." The Livingston-Fulton monopoly was broken, and with it, a new understanding of American commercial law was established. That evening, in a modest Washington inn, Vanderbilt sat alone by candlelight, making entries in his personal journal, not of celebration, but of careful analysis. The legal victory represented more than the freedom to operate steamboats without interference. It revealed a fundamental principle: federal authority could be leveraged against state-level protectionism. "The law can be a channel, not just a barrier," he wrote, the scratching of his pen barely audible above the crackling fire. "Those who understand its currents gain advantage over those who merely comply with its restrictions." Returning to New York, the practical implications of the victory became immediately apparent. The waterfront hummed with news of the decision, and competitors began planning new routes previously closed to them. Freight rates dropped within weeks as additional vessels entered service. "Everyone benefits from the competition," a merchant remarked to Vanderbilt at dockside. "Everyone except the former monopolists." "The market finds its proper level," Vanderbilt replied, watching cargo being loaded onto his vessel with the methodical precision he had instilled in his crew. Those who built their fortunes on artificial protection rather than operational excellence will struggle to adapt. In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision, Gibbons expanded operations, adding vessels and routes. Vanderbilt's compensation increased accordingly, the profit-sharing arrangement yielding dividends beyond his fixed salary. Yet even as his financial position improved, he maintained his characteristic austerity, reinvesting rather than indulging. Most men in your position would be celebrating more visibly, Gibbons observed during a rare social gathering at his home in late 1824. New clothes, perhaps a finer residence. Vanderbilt shook his head. Celebration is premature. The monopoly is broken, but the real competition is just beginning. And how do you intend to win that competition? By understanding what others overlook, Vanderbilt replied, gazing through the window toward the harbor where their vessels lay at anchor. Speed, reliability, cost control. These are the weapons that will determine the victors now that legal barriers have fallen. As 1824 drew to a close, Vanderbilt had accumulated knowledge that transcended his original maritime skills. He had mastered steam technology through direct immersion rather than formal study. He had developed an operational approach that turned predictability into profit. And perhaps most significantly, he had witnessed firsthand how legal frameworks could be reshaped to open markets previously closed by privilege. On a December evening, standing at the helm of a Gibbons steamboat as it cut through the dark waters of New York Harbor, Vanderbilt allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. The city's lights glimmered like scattered stars along the shoreline, a constellation of commerce that was evolving with each passing year. The Gibbons victory had changed the rules, but Vanderbilt understood that rules were merely the beginning. In the newly opened field of competition, advantage would flow to those who executed with greater precision, greater efficiency, and greater determination than their rivals. "Keep her steady," he instructed the helmsman, stepping away from the wheel. "I'll be checking the engine room." As he descended the narrow stairs into the mechanical heart of the vessel, surrounded by the heat and rhythmic pulse of the steam engine, Cornelius Vanderbilt was already calculating his next moves in. A commercial landscape transformed by law, but still governed by the immutable mathematics of time, distance, and cost equations he was determined to solve more effectively than any man alive. The Hudson River gleamed like tarnished silver under the autumn sun of 1828, its surface occasionally broken by the white wake of a passing steamboat. From his vantage point on the Manhattan dock, Cornelius Vanderbilt watched the vessel, not his own, as it belched black smoke into the crystalline sky. His weathered face remained impassive, though his eyes narrowed slightly in calculation. 6 minutes late already, he murmured to no one in particular. That'll cost them the Albany mail contract by spring. At 44, Vanderbilt cut an imposing, if unrefined, figure on the bustling waterfront. His clothes were practical and unadorned, a plain waistcoat and trousers that had seen better days, good boots worn at the heels from endless hours pacing the decks of his vessels. Unlike the merchant princes whose offices overlooked the harbor, Vanderbilt disdained the ostentation of silk cravats and beaver hats. Money spent on appearance was money that couldn't be reinvested in hulls, engines, and coal. He turned away from the water and strode purposefully through the crowded dockyard. Stevedores and sailors instinctively cleared a path. They knew him, not as one of the gentlemen speculators who dabbled in steamboats as one investment among many, but as a man who understood every rivet and piston of his operation, who could pilot a vessel himself if needed, and who would fire a captain for wasting fuel or arriving 3 minutes behind schedule. The streets of Lower Manhattan thronged with the commerce of a city transforming itself. New York had swelled past 175,000 souls, its population surging with each ship that arrived, bearing Irish laborers and German craftsmen. The completion of the Erie Canal 3 years earlier had cemented the city's position as the undisputed gateway to America's interior. Wealth flowed through its harbor like the tide, relentless, transformative, and utterly indifferent to those it left stranded. Vanderbilt entered a modest counting house near the Merchants' Exchange, nodding curtly to the clerk who sat near the door. "Mr. Stevens is expecting me," he said. The clerk, recognizing Vanderbilt's voice, barely glanced up from his ledger. "Second door on the right, sir." The meeting room was spare. A solid oak table surrounded by 6 chairs, a map of the Hudson River Valley on one wall, and a window that offered a slice of harbor view. John Stevens, a rival steamboat operator, rose from his chair as Vanderbilt entered. 2 other men representatives of the Hudson River Association remained seated. "Cornelius," Stevens said, extending his hand. "Punctual as always." "John." Vanderbilt's handshake was firm but brief. He acknowledged the others with a nod and took his seat, removing a folded document from his coat pocket and placing it on the table without opening it. Stevens gestured to a pot of coffee. Vanderbilt declined with a slight shake of his head. "I'll come directly to the point," Stevens began. "The association has authorized me to offer you a position within our consortium. A guaranteed annual salary of $7,000, plus a percentage of profits on the Albany route. In return, your vessels would operate according to our schedule and fare structure." One of the association men, a portly banker named Wilson, leaned forward. "It's a generous arrangement, Mr. Vanderbilt. Security and predictability. No more of these disruptive price wars." Vanderbilt's expression didn't change. His fingers tapped once, twice on the folded document before him. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, but carried the unmistakable cadence of a man accustomed to command. "I've been an employee before, worked for Thomas Gibbons for 12 years. He paused, made him rich in the process. "And yourself as well," Stevens pointed out. A thin smile crossed Vanderbilt's face. "Not rich enough to suit me, and not free enough either." The room fell silent save for the distant sounds of the harbor, a ship's bell, the shouts of dock workers, the hiss of steam released from a pressure valve. The association men exchanged glances. "Freedom is expensive, Cornelius," Stevens said carefully. "You've undercut fares to 30 cents for deck passage. No one can maintain that indefinitely." "I can," Vanderbilt replied simply. He finally unfolded his document, a neat accounting of operational costs, written in a clerk's precise hand. "My boats burn less coal. My crews work harder. My schedules allow for more trips per week. I'll run at 30 cents or 25 if need be, long after you've bled your investors dry." Wilson's face flushed. "That's predatory. You can't expect." "I expect nothing," Vanderbilt interrupted. "I calculate. Your association maintains 5 vessels on the Albany route, each carrying an average of 60 passengers per trip at 50 cents. My 3 boats carry 80 at 30 cents. Your captains are gentlemen who expect cabins and high wages. Mine are sailors who understand that efficiency means security." He tapped the paper. "I can sustain losses on this route for 18 months before touching my reserves. How long can your consortium maintain its dividend payments to those investors on Murray Hill?" The room felt suddenly colder. Vanderbilt's calm recitation of their vulnerabilities carried no hint of boasting, only the dispassionate assessment of a man who had learned commerce not from textbooks but from the unyielding arithmetic of survival. Stevens, more experienced than Wilson, understood the position clearly. "I don't want terms," Vanderbilt said, refolding his document. "I want the river." Later that evening, Vanderbilt returned to his modest home on Stone Street, where his wife Sophia waited with their 11 children, a brood that filled the house with both warmth and chaos. Their home, while comfortable, reflected Vanderbilt's philosophy, functional, unadorned, with nothing wasted on mere show. Sophia, shrewd and perceptive after 25 years of marriage, noted the tension in her husband's shoulders as he hung his coat by the door. "The meeting didn't go well," she observed, not a question but a statement. "It went exactly as expected," Vanderbilt replied, accepting the cup of tea she offered. The children had been ushered upstairs, giving them a rare moment of quiet. "They want to buy me into their arrangement." Sophia sat across from him at the kitchen table, studying his face in the lamplight. At 43, she had retained her keen intelligence and quiet strength, though years of childbearing and managing their household had added lines to her face. "And you declined." "I did." He sipped his tea, the steam momentarily obscuring his features. "Stevens suggested I was being foolish, said there's security in their consortium." Sophia's smile was knowing. "Security has never interested you much, Cornelius." "It interests me plenty," he corrected her, "but only the kind I build myself." He set down his cup. "I've decided, Sophia. I'm leaving the Gibbons operation next year, starting my own line, independent. No partners, no shareholders, no one to answer to but myself." The declaration didn't surprise her. She had seen it coming for months, in his late nights poring over route maps, in his careful accounting of every penny they saved, in his growing frustration with the constraints of working within someone else's system. "Francis Gibbons is still bitter about the lawsuit," Sophia noted, referring to the contentious legal battle with Thomas Gibbons's widow over profit sharing that had been settled 2 years earlier. "She tells anyone who'll listen that you cheated her." Vanderbilt's expression hardened. "I gave her exactly what the contract called for, not a penny more, not a penny less." "I know," Sophia said gently. "I read the contract to you myself." She reached across the table and placed her hand over his. "What route will you take first?" The question transformed him. The hardness melted away, replaced by the intensity that had first drawn her to him decades earlier. He pulled a folded map from his pocket and spread it on the table between them. "Here," he said, tracing a line along the Hudson. "New Brunswick to New York to begin with. Then Albany by summer. I'll start with the Telegraph, she's the fastest on the river, and add 2 more vessels by spring. We'll underbid every competitor until they either buy us out or go bankrupt." Sophia studied the map, following his finger as it marked the routes. Though she could read while he struggled with written words, their partnership had never been diminished by his limited formal education. He saw patterns in commerce that others missed. She helped translate the world of contracts and ledgers. "It will be difficult at first," she said pragmatically. "The children are growing. William will need proper schooling if he's to help with the business someday. He'll learn the way I did, by doing." Vanderbilt's voice softened slightly. "But yes, there will be lean times before the profitable ones. Are you prepared for that?" Her answer was immediate. "I've never known anything else. We'll manage." The certainty in her voice seemed to settle something within him. He nodded once, decisively, and folded the map. "I'll announce my resignation after Christmas. We'll be operational by spring." The following morning found Vanderbilt at the Cornelius Hook shipyard, where the Telegraph was undergoing modifications to her boiler system. The bitter December wind cut through the shipyard, carrying the scents of coal smoke, river water, and fresh-cut timber. Workers huddled around braziers during their brief breaks, warming chapped hands before returning to their labors. Vanderbilt moved through the controlled chaos with practiced ease, his gaze missing nothing. He paused at the Telegraph's exposed engine room, where a master mechanic named Reynolds was supervising the installation of a modified valve system. "How much more efficient?" Vanderbilt asked without preamble. Reynolds, used to his employer's direct manner, wiped his hands on a rag. 15% less coal consumption at cruising speed, maybe 18% if we're not pushing her too hard. Vanderbilt nodded, mentally calculating the savings across thousands of miles of operation. And speed? Unchanged at full power. Might gain half a knot at medium throttle due to better steam distribution. Good. Have it ready for testing by Thursday. As Vanderbilt turned to leave, Reynolds cleared his throat. Begging your pardon, Mr. Vanderbilt, but there's talk among the yard workers. They say you're splitting from the Gibbons line. Going independent. Vanderbilt paused. News traveled fast along the waterfront, faster sometimes than his own vessels. He considered his response carefully. Would it matter to you if I was? Reynolds shrugged his broad shoulders. Makes no difference to me who signs the checks, so long as they don't bounce. But if you're asking, would I stay with the boat rather than the company, well, I know which captain keeps his engines maintained and which one runs them till they crack. The mechanic's loyalty, pragmatic rather than sentimental, was exactly the kind Vanderbilt valued. He nodded once in acknowledgement. Thursday, he repeated, and continued his inspection. Later that afternoon, Vanderbilt made his way to a small coffee house near the Merchants' Exchange, where the business of shipping was often conducted away from formal offices. The establishment was crowded with brokers, ship captains, and merchants, men who controlled the flow of goods and information through America's busiest port. In a corner booth, partially obscured by tobacco smoke, sat Daniel Drew, a shrewd cattle dealer turned financial speculator. Drew, with his deceptively rustic manner and calculating eyes, was already gaining a reputation for stock manipulations that walked the line between cleverness and fraud. Cornelius, Drew greeted him, gesturing to the empty chair across the table. Coffee? Vanderbilt sat, declining the offered cup. I prefer clear heads for business discussions. Drew smiled, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. Always direct. It's why I wanted to speak with you. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. I hear you're planning to challenge the Hudson River Association, going independent next year. You hear many things, Vanderbilt replied non-committally, some true, some not. This one has the ring of truth. Drew took a sip of his coffee. The association won't take it lightly. They'll cut fares to the bone to drive you out. Let them try. Drew's smile widened. That's precisely what I hoped you'd say. I have a proposition. I have capital to invest, silent capital. No interference in your operations. Simply a financial arrangement that could help you weather the initial unpleasantness. Vanderbilt studied the man across from him. Drew was known for backing both sides of a conflict, profiting regardless of the outcome. His money came with invisible strings, connections and obligations that revealed themselves only when it was too late. I finance my own ventures, Vanderbilt said finally. Everyone needs partners sometimes, Drew countered. No, they don't. Vanderbilt stood, adjusting his coat. Partners want equal say with unequal contribution. I prefer to succeed or fail on my own terms. Drew seemed more amused than offended by the rejection. You'll need allies in this fight, Cornelius. The association has friends in Albany, in the legislature. They could make matters regulatory. I fought the Fulton-Livingston monopoly through the Supreme Court, Vanderbilt replied, referring to the landmark Gibbons v. Ogden case that had broken steamboat monopolies 4 years earlier. As he turned to leave, Drew called after him. It's a different world now, Cornelius. The Erie Canal has changed everything. Capital flows differently. Information is power. Vanderbilt paused, considering the speculator's words. The New York of 1828 was indeed transformed from the city he had first navigated as a teenage boatman. The completion of the Erie Canal had triggered an economic revolution, reducing freight costs by 90% and cementing Manhattan's position as America's commercial hub. "Information has always been power," he replied. "The difference is, I gather mine firsthand. Good day, Mr. Drew." Christmas Eve brought rare leisure to the Vanderbilt household. The younger children had been put to bed with promises of small gifts in the morning, while the older ones helped Sophia prepare the modest feast for the following day. Vanderbilt sat in his favorite chair by the fire, a ledger open on his lap, though his attention had drifted to the window where snow fell steadily over the city. William, his eldest son at 17, approached cautiously, aware of his father's usual aversion to interruption. "Mother said you wanted to speak with me." Vanderbilt closed the ledger and gestured to the chair opposite his own. "Sit." The boy, nearly a man now, complied, his posture unconsciously mirroring his father's straight-backed dignity. "You've been working the ticket office on the Lexington," Vanderbilt began. "Johnson tells me you have a good head for numbers." William nodded, clearly uncertain where the conversation was leading. "In the spring, I'm leaving the Gibbons operation, starting my own line." Vanderbilt's tone was matter-of-fact, as though discussing nothing more significant than a change in the weather. "I'll need someone to manage the books, someone I can trust." The implication hung in the air between them. William's expression shifted from confusion to understanding to cautious hope. "You want me to keep the accounts for your new company?" "If you're capable," Vanderbilt qualified. "It won't be easy. We'll be fighting established interests. There will be pressure. Long hours, difficult decisions." "I can do it," William said quickly, perhaps too quickly. Vanderbilt studied his son's face, searching for any sign of weakness or hesitation. What he saw must have satisfied him, for he nodded once. "We'll try it for 6 months. If you prove yourself, there will be more responsibility. If not..." William swallowed hard. "I won't disappoint you, Father." Vanderbilt's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "See that you don't." He reopened his ledger, signaling the end of the conversation. "Now go help your mother. She's been on her feet all day." Later that night, with the household finally quiet, Vanderbilt and Sophia sat alone by the dying fire. She was mending one of the children's garments, her needle flashing in the firelight, while he nursed a small glass of rum, his one concession to the holiday. "You spoke to William?" she asked, without looking up from her work. "I did." "And?" "He'll do for now." "We'll see if he has the temperament for it." Sophia's needle paused. "He wants your approval more than anything in the world, Cornelius." "Approval is earned, not given," Vanderbilt replied, though without his usual firmness. The rum and the holiday had mellowed his edges slightly. "But yes, I think he has potential." Sophia resumed her sewing, a small smile playing at her lips. "He takes after you in many ways." "Let's hope he learns from my mistakes rather than repeating them." "Such as?" Vanderbilt stared into the glowing embers. "Trusting partners. Believing in other men's promises." He took another sip of rum. "The widow Gibbons taught me a valuable lesson with that lawsuit. Never again will I build something only to have someone else claim an equal share through clever contracts." "Is that why you refused Drew's investment offer?" Sophia asked. News of the meeting had reached her through the city's efficient gossip network. "Drew doesn't make investments. He sets traps." Vanderbilt set down his glass. "No, the next venture will be mine alone. Every decision, every risk, every reward." Sophia knotted her thread and snipped it with small scissors. "Not entirely alone," she corrected gently. He looked at her then, really looked, seeing past the familiar features to the intelligence and strength that had supported him for a quarter-century. "No," he agreed softly, "not alone." The fire popped and settled lower in the grate. Outside, snow continued to fall on a city transforming itself, a city that would soon feel the full force of Cornelius Vanderbilt's independent ambition. The gray fog of dawn spilled across the Hudson River as Cornelius Vanderbilt stood on the weathered dock, his tall figure silhouetted against the hazy light. At 41, his face was etched with lines of determination. His eyes narrowed against the glare of early morning sun breaking through the mist. The wooden planks beneath his feet creaked with each shift of his weight, familiar music to a man who had spent his life on and around vessels of every description. "She's ready, Commodore," said the first mate of the Cinderella, a gleaming white steamboat that represented the crown jewel of Vanderbilt's growing fleet. Cornelius nodded without speaking. He wasn't officially a Commodore. The nickname had attached itself to him somewhere between his 30th and 40th year, but he'd long since stopped correcting people. There was something fitting about the military title. He was, after all, waging a kind of war. The New York of 1835 stretched before him, a jumble of elegant marble facades and squalid tenements, a city in perpetual transformation. Church spires punctured the skyline alongside factory chimneys belching coal smoke. The wharves teemed with stevedores, sailors, and merchants speaking a dozen languages. This was Vanderbilt's battlefield, and the weapons were steam engines, fare schedules, and the ruthless mathematics of commerce. "We're cutting fares again today," he said finally, his voice quiet but firm. $2 down to $1.25. The first mate's eyebrows rose. "That's below cost, sir." "I'm aware." Cornelius pulled out his pocket watch, plain brass, not gold, and checked the time. "I'm not interested in today's profits. I'm interested in next year's surrender." Behind them, passengers had begun to board. Merchants in silk cravats and beaver hats, laborers in rough wool, women in modest bonnets, their hoop skirts swaying as they navigated the gangplank. None suspected they were foot soldiers in Vanderbilt's campaign against the Hudson River Association, the cartel of steamboat operators who had controlled the route for years. "They'll match our price," the first mate said. "They will," Cornelius agreed, "and bleed money while doing it." He tucked the watch back into his vest pocket. "Their investors want returns. Mine can wait." Later that evening, Cornelius sat in his modest office on Lower Manhattan, ledgers spread before him on a scarred oak desk. The room was spartanly furnished. No paintings adorned the walls, no Turkish carpets covered the floor. A single gas lamp cast his shadow against the whitewashed wall, elongating it like a specter. Thomas Gibbons, his former employer and mentor, had once told him, "Transportation isn't about boats, Cornelius, it's about endurance." The memory brought the ghost of a smile to his lips as he traced a column of figures with a calloused finger. The Hudson River Fare War was entering its third month. His competitors were spending lavishly on newspaper advertisements, denouncing him as a pirate, a predator, a threat to orderly commerce. Meanwhile, Vanderbilt's boats ran on schedule, undercut every price, and gradually bled the opposition white. A knock on the door interrupted his calculations. "Enter," he called. Daniel Drew stepped into the office, removing his hat with a theatrical flourish. The man was everything Vanderbilt was not, florid, expansive, given to fancy waistcoats and gold watch chains. A speculator who had risen from cattle drover to financier, Drew was rumored to water his stock, literally driving his cattle to drink before weighing them for sale. "Good evening, Commodore," Drew said, settling his considerable bulk into the chair opposite Vanderbilt. "You're working late." "Money doesn't sleep," Cornelius replied. "What brings you here, Daniel?" Drew smiled, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. "I represent certain gentlemen from the Hudson River Association. They're tired of this war, Cornelius. It's costing everyone." "That was the intention." "Indeed. Masterfully executed." Drew leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "They've authorized me to make you an offer. $100,000 to withdraw your boats from the Hudson, plus $5,000 monthly for the next decade." Cornelius kept his face impassive, betraying nothing of the satisfaction blooming in his chest. $100,000. It would nearly double his fortune at a stroke. More importantly, it was vindication of a strategy he'd been perfecting for years: compete so fiercely that rivals would pay handsomely for peace. "They want to rent my absence," he said evenly. Drew chuckled. "That's a colorful way of putting it. They're buying tranquility, predictable returns. Surely you understand. A businessman needs certainty." Vanderbilt gazed at the gas lamp, watching the blue heart of the flame dance within its yellow penumbra. "I'll consider it overnight. Return tomorrow." After Drew left, Cornelius returned to his ledgers, but his mind was elsewhere. The offer confirmed what he'd long suspected. There was more money in strategic withdrawal than in sustained operation. Build, compete ruthlessly, extract concessions, move to the next opportunity. It wasn't simply about accumulating wealth. It was about never being at another's mercy. The following spring, Cornelius stood on the deck of the Lexington as it sliced through the waters of Long Island Sound. With the Hudson River buyout completed, he had shifted his focus to new routes, new conquests. His fleet now numbered over 30 vessels, with another dozen under construction. Beside him stood his eldest son, William Henry Vanderbilt, 25 years old, and increasingly involved in his father's enterprises. The younger Vanderbilt was cut from different cloth, methodical where his father was instinctive, patient where Cornelius was tempestuous. Yet there was no denying the blood connection. The same calculating intelligence shone in both their eyes. "The papers are calling you a monopolist," William said, breaking the comfortable silence between them. Cornelius snorted. "The same papers praised the association when they fixed prices for years. The difference is, I made travel cheaper before extracting my pound of flesh. And the ones calling you a public benefactor. Equally wrong," Cornelius said with a rare smile. "I'm neither villain nor hero, William. I'm a man who understands that control is the only true security in this world. Everything else, money, reputation, even power, flows from that." The Sound stretched before them, a sheet of hammered silver in the afternoon light. In the distance, the Connecticut shoreline appeared as a dark smudge against the horizon. Passengers lined the rails, enjoying the salt breeze. Merchants, farmers, laborers, all paying fares that undercut Vanderbilt's newest competitors. "There'll be another buyout," William observed. "The Providence and Stonington line can't match our prices forever." "No," Cornelius agreed, "but they'll try, and while they do, the public benefits from lower fares and better service. When they surrender, we'll collect our reward and move on. It's a pattern that works." A pattern that had already made Cornelius Vanderbilt wealthy beyond his modest boyhood dreams. From his first borrowed $100 to buy a periauger ferry, he'd climbed to a fortune approaching $500,000. Yet he lived simply, dressed plainly, and worked tirelessly. The money itself seemed almost incidental, a scorecard rather than a goal. "Father," William said after another pause, "do you ever wonder what people will say of you when you're gone?" Cornelius looked at his son, surprised by the philosophical turn. "No," he said finally, "history will write what it wishes. I'm concerned with results, not reputation." But even as he spoke, he knew it wasn't entirely true. Somewhere deep within, the Staten Island ferry boy still lived, determined to prove himself against a world that valued pedigree over performance. Every steamboat he launched, every route he conquered, every competitor who paid him to withdraw. These were arguments in an ongoing case, evidence that merit could triumph over privilege. The Panic of 1837 struck New York like a hurricane, sweeping away fortunes built on speculation and easy credit. President Andrew Jackson's war against the Second Bank of the United States had unleashed financial chaos. Wildcat banks collapsed, paper money became worthless overnight, and unemployment soared. Soup kitchens opened along the Bowery as formerly prosperous merchants found themselves destitute. Cornelius Vanderbilt stood at his office window, watching rain streak the glass as crowds gathered outside a failed bank on Wall Street. He'd seen this coming: the reckless land speculation, the proliferation of dubious currency, the mounting trade deficits. While others had leveraged themselves to the hilt, Vanderbilt had maintained cash reserves and minimal debt. "Sir," his secretary said from the doorway, "Mr. Bennett from the Herald is here." James Gordon Bennett entered without waiting for an invitation. The newspaper editor was a force unto himself, as controversial as he was influential. His Herald covered business, crime, and scandal with equal enthusiasm, and he'd made Vanderbilt a recurring character in his commercial narratives. "Commodore," Bennett said, taking a seat uninvited, "half the city's bankrupt, but your boats are still running. Care to explain how you've weathered the storm?" Cornelius regarded the newsman coolly. "There's no mystery, Bennett. I don't borrow what I can't repay. I don't expand faster than revenue allows. I keep reserves for hard times." Spoken like a true Scotsman, Bennett replied with a hint of his native brogue. "But surely there's more to it. You've been buying vessels from distressed competitors, I hear." It was true. As the panic deepened, Vanderbilt had been quietly acquiring steamboats at fractions of their value, expanding his fleet while others contracted. "When blood runs in the streets, purchase good assets at fair prices," Cornelius said. "There's nothing predatory about it." Bennett scribbled in his notebook. "Yet many see you as the architect of their misfortune, breaking fair structures, forcing unsustainable competition, then collecting the pieces when they shatter." "I didn't create this panic," Cornelius said sharply. "That honor belongs to Jackson and his specie circular, to overextended banks, to speculation in Western lands. I simply understand what most don't, that transportation is an endurance contest." The editor's pen paused. "Endurance?" "The public wants cheap passage and regular schedules. I provide both. If competitors can't match my efficiency, that's not my concern." Cornelius moved to his desk, signaling the interview was ending. "Print what you like, Bennett. Your readers love villains and heroes, but business isn't a morality play." After Bennett left, Cornelius returned to his window. Below, rain-soaked figures hurried along cobblestone streets, shoulders hunched against the economic storm as much as the weather. In the harbor, his steamboats continued their clockwork movements, loading, departing, arriving, while others sat idle at their moorings. The pattern he'd established on the Hudson was proving scalable across all eastern routes. By 1839, his fleet would number over 50 vessels, a network that allowed him efficiencies no competitor could match. More connections meant higher utilization, lower costs per mile, greater ability to sustain fare wars until rivals capitulated. Some called him a builder, creating better transportation for the common man. Others branded him a monopolist, crushing competition through predatory tactics. Yet neither captured the essence of the man. Cornelius Vanderbilt was a force of nature in human form, as inevitable and unsentimental as the tide. He understood power at its most elemental, not the power of social position or political office, but the power of controlling vital arteries of commerce. Whoever commanded the routes commanded the economics of an emerging industrial nation. As night fell over panic-stricken Manhattan, the Commodore returned to his ledgers, planning his next campaign with the precision of a general. The boats, the docks, the fare wars, these were merely instruments. The true objective was control, and in that quiet pursuit, Cornelius Vanderbilt was already rewriting the rules of American capitalism. The gaslight flickered as he worked into the night, casting strange shadows across the room. Outside, a city trembled in financial convulsion. Inside, a new kind of empire was being calculated into existence, one column of figures at a time. The fog rolled in from New York Harbor, enveloping the wooden docks in a shifting gray veil. Through this ethereal curtain came the rhythmic splash of paddle wheels and the low, insistent throb of a steam engine. The silhouette of a vessel materialized, sleek, purposeful, moving with the confident precision of a predator. As it neared the wharf, a figure stood alone on the forward deck, unmoving amid the bustle of sailors preparing for docking. Cornelius Vanderbilt, already widely known as the Commodore, though he'd never served a day in any navy, watched his empire with cold calculation. At 46, his face had hardened into planes and angles that suggested both strength and severity. His attire was deliberately plain, a dark wool suit of good quality but unremarkable style, the only concession to vanity being a gold watch chain that caught occasional glints of the lantern light. 3 minutes ahead of schedule, he muttered to himself, consulting the timepiece. It wasn't pride in his voice, merely confirmation of a fact, as though he were checking the correct functioning of a machine. "Remarkable time today, Commodore," said his nephew and first officer, approaching with a logbook. "Wind was against us, too." Vanderbilt nodded curtly. "Coal consumption?" 17% less than Captain Larson's boat on the same run yesterday. A thin smile formed on the Commodore's lips. "And he wonders why I can charge half his fares and still turn a profit." As the gangplank lowered, Vanderbilt observed the crowd waiting to board. Merchants, laborers, mothers with children, Irish immigrants with bundles of possessions, all drawn by the reliable reputation of Vanderbilt's vessels and fares that undercut competition by half or more. At $1, his boats carried 3 times the passengers of rivals charging $5 to $7 for identical routes. Behind this pricing lay not charity but calculation. Every aspect of his operation had been honed to ruthless efficiency. Coal purchased directly from yards he controlled, vessels designed for speed that completed more daily trips. Crew costs minimized by employing family members in officer positions, and maintenance schedules that bordered on obsessive. "Weekly boiler inspection at dawn tomorrow," he reminded his nephew as they disembarked. "I'll be there." "We just checked them 4 days ago." "And we'll check them again. When was the last explosion on one of my boats?" The younger man nodded, understanding. While their competitors suffered regular deadly boiler failures, a grim feature of 1840s steam travel, Vanderbilt's fleet maintained an unmatched safety record. This wasn't humanitarian concern, but business strategy. Explosions meant insurance claims, lost vessels, damaged reputation, and regulatory scrutiny. However minimal such oversight remained in 1843. The Commodore paused at the dock office, a simple wooden structure that belied its strategic importance. From this modest headquarters, he controlled access to key piers throughout New York Harbor. Any competitor wishing to dock at these prime locations faced either exorbitant fees or outright denial. A choke point strategy that throttled potential rivals before they could establish service. Inside, a clerk looked up nervously. "The Collins Line representative was here again, sir. They're offering double the standard docking fee." Vanderbilt removed his hat, revealing steel gray hair worn longer than current fashion dictated. "And what did you tell them?" "That all berths were contracted through next year." "Good. Let them use the North Piers and add 20 minutes to their schedule." He hung his coat on a peg and settled behind the simple desk, pulling a ledger toward him. "What's today's passenger count?" The figures satisfied him. They always did, for he checked them personally each evening. By 1843, Vanderbilt controlled much of New York Harbor's ferry traffic, a position he'd built methodically through a combination of operational excellence and strategic intimidation. While newspaper articles sometimes portrayed him as a mere brute force operator, the reality was more complex. He thought like both an engineer and a military strategist, understanding that systemic advantage would always outlast individual heroics. Later that evening, Vanderbilt returned to his home, a comfortable but not ostentatious residence on Staten Island. While he maintained a Manhattan address for business convenience, the island of his birth remained his preferred sanctuary. His wife Sophia greeted him with quiet dignity, their 13 children, 11 surviving, having largely grown and departed. "How was the harbor today?" she asked, setting a simple meal before him, plain fare that matched his general distaste for luxury despite his growing wealth. "Crowded. The Irish are coming in larger numbers now. The potato famine is driving them across." "Poor souls," she said softly. "They buy tickets," Vanderbilt replied, his tone neither compassionate nor cruel, simply observational. "The Galloway line is trying to capitalize, offering special rates for immigrant passage to Brooklyn." "Will that hurt your business?" Vanderbilt allowed himself a small smile. "Not for long. They're buying coal at market rates, paying union wages, and their vessels need painting every 3 months instead of 6. They'll last perhaps a year before they come to me with their hats in hand." His confidence wasn't mere bravado. By 1845, his system had been refined to a science. When a competitor emerged, Vanderbilt would slash fares by 50% or more, sustaining losses for 12 to 18 months if necessary. His deeper reserves and superior margins meant he could outlast any challenger. Invariably, the competitor would approach with an offer to buy him out, at which point Vanderbilt would typically demand a premium to cease operations or simply acquire their assets at distressed prices. The following week found Vanderbilt at his private dock on the Long Island Sound, inspecting a new vessel before its maiden voyage. The shipwright stood nervously as the Commodore ran his hand along the hull, examining every seam with critical precision. "The paddle wheel housing is off by an inch," Vanderbilt said without looking up. "Sir?" The shipwright seemed genuinely confused. "The port side sits lower than starboard. It will create drag. Fix it before launch." The man began to protest, but stopped when he saw Vanderbilt's expression. The Commodore wasn't angry. Anger would suggest emotional investment. His face simply communicated that reality would conform to his standards, not the other way around. "It will delay departure by 2 days," the shipwright finally said. "Then it will be delayed. I don't pay for imperfection." Later, watching from the dock as workers made the adjustments, Vanderbilt was joined by a business associate, a banker who had helped finance several vessels. "Most owners would have let it sail," the banker observed. "Most passengers wouldn't notice the difference." "I would notice," Vanderbilt said. "And that inch translates to coal consumption, which translates to operating margin, which translates to competitive advantage. Speaking of competition, I heard you turned down the Albany Consortium's offer. Vanderbilt nodded. The Albany Group had approached him with a proposal, a generous annual payment if he would agree not to extend his operations northward on the Hudson. It was the sort of arrangement he had accepted in the past, but circumstances had changed. Their route is inefficient, he explained. They make 4 stops between Manhattan and Albany, where 2 would suffice. Their coal procurement is fragmented across 3 suppliers. And they're over-levered from purchasing vessels they could have chartered. So, you're going in for the kill. Vanderbilt frowned slightly at the characterization. I'm establishing service on a route where current operators are vulnerable. It's not personal. But of course, in the small world of New York shipping, it was always somewhat personal. By 1846, Vanderbilt's wealth had crossed the threshold of $1 million, a fortune in an era when such sums were rare. Yet, unlike other wealthy men who built mansions or funded orchestras, the Commodore channeled nearly every dollar back into his business. His wealth wasn't for display, but for deployment. The Vanderbilt system grew increasingly sophisticated during these years. When a competitor's vessel suffered a mechanical failure, Vanderbilt would immediately deploy an extra boat on that route, capturing passengers who might otherwise return to the competitor when repairs were complete. When dock workers threatened to strike, he maintained a shadow workforce ready to replace them. When coal prices spiked during winter, his owned yards ensured his operations continued while others scaled back. One crisp autumn evening in 1847, Vanderbilt stood on the deck of his flagship, watching the lights of Manhattan grow larger as they approached from the Sound. Beside him stood his eldest son, William, now being groomed as his eventual successor. "You see that new steamer at the southern pier?" the Commodore asked, pointing to a vessel lit with more than the usual number of lanterns. "That's the Providence Line's latest. Cost them a fortune to build." "She's a beauty," William acknowledged. "Faster than our Lexington, they say. Perhaps on her first voyage. By her 20th, our engineers will have found her weakness." Vanderbilt paused, watching the rival vessel with the dispassionate interest of a chess player studying an opponent's move. "Speed isn't just in the design, boy. It's in the maintenance, the crew training, the loading procedures, the routing. They're charging $5 to Boston. We're at 3. And next month we'll be at 2, Vanderbilt said calmly. By spring they'll be looking for a buyer. Or they'll try to buy us out again. The Commodore nodded. They might. And this time I might accept at the right price. He turned to his son, his face illuminated by the running lights. Never forget, William. The goal isn't to own every vessel on the water. It's to control the points where vessels must stop. This philosophy had crystallized in Vanderbilt's approach. Terminal control was the ultimate leverage. By 1848, he owned or controlled access to critical docks in New York Harbor, along the Hudson, and at key points on the Long Island Sound. Competitors found themselves paying premium rates for inferior berths, adding crucial minutes to their schedules and costs to their operations. Meanwhile, his own fleet operated with meticulous precision. Captains who arrived behind schedule more than twice in a month were replaced. Coal was measured to the pound. Maintenance was conducted on rigid timetables rather than when problems emerged. The entire enterprise functioned like a vast machine, with Vanderbilt as both engineer and commander. His business meetings during this period became increasingly direct. One December morning in 1848, the representative of a competing line sat across from him in the harbor office. "Your price cuts are unsustainable," the man insisted. "You're losing money on every passenger." Perhaps, Vanderbilt replied, though his ledgers told a different story. Even at deeply discounted fares, his operational efficiency delivered margins that competitors couldn't match. This isn't fair competition. You control the docks we need. I purchased them legally. The previous owners found my offers quite fair. The man leaned forward. We have investors with deep pockets. We can match your every move. Vanderbilt didn't blink. For how long? 6 months? A year? I've been doing this since before your investors knew what a steamship was. When they tire of writing checks to cover your losses, come see me. I'll buy your vessels at 50 cents on the dollar. The bravado contained mathematical truth. By his mid-50s, Vanderbilt had constructed not just a fleet, but a system, one where every element reinforced the others. Owned coal yards meant fuel security and pricing power. Family officers meant loyalty and reduced labor costs. Controlled docks meant competitors operated at his sufferance. Obsessive maintenance meant fewer catastrophic failures and lower insurance premiums. This wasn't just business. It was a philosophy made manifest in steam and wood and iron. While his contemporaries might pursue wealth for status or comfort, Vanderbilt seemed to view money primarily as a tool for creating leverage. Each dollar, a means of ensuring independence from forces that might otherwise control him. As 1848 drew to a close, Vanderbilt's empire stood at a critical juncture. His net worth approached $1 million, an almost unimaginable sum for a man who had started with a $100 loan for a simple ferry boat. Yet, despite this wealth, his habits remained fundamentally unchanged. Plain dress, direct speech, simple food, and an absolute focus on operational detail. One December evening, as snow fell gently across the harbor, the Commodore stood at his office window, watching his vessels arrive and depart with clockwork regularity. Each represented not just an asset, but a component in a system designed to function regardless of what competitors, politicians, or even nature might attempt to disrupt. "They call me ruthless," he remarked to his son, who was reviewing the day's receipts nearby. "But the sea doesn't care about kindness, neither do storms or boiler failures or dock fires." "Or competitors," William added. Vanderbilt nodded. "Especially competitors. Remember that when you're sitting in this chair someday, reliability isn't sentimental. It's the only thing that matters in the end." As the lamps were lit across the harbor, casting pools of golden light on the darkening water, Cornelius Vanderbilt, the Commodore, contemplated the empire he had built through calculation, discipline, and an unwavering belief in control. The steamship era was still young, but he had already mastered its fundamental laws, creating a machine of commerce that would reshape not just shipping, but the very nature of American business for decades to come. The last light of day faded across the harbor as Cornelius Vanderbilt stood on the deck of his steamer, watching Manhattan's silhouette recede into the gathering dusk. The year was 1849, and gold fever had gripped the nation. Not that Vanderbilt himself had any intention of stooping to dig through California mud. No, he would make his fortune from those who did. "The root calculations again, if you please, Mr. Roberts," Vanderbilt said, his voice carrying the natural authority earned through decades of maritime command. His subordinate produced a well-worn map, corners fluttering in the Atlantic breeze. "Around the Horn, sir, 5 months minimum. The Panama crossing, 6 weeks, barring cholera outbreaks." Roberts traced the familiar routes with his finger before indicating a third path. "And here, Nicaragua. 12 days on our Atlantic steamer to San Juan del Norte, then upriver, across Lake Nicaragua, a short land portage of 12 miles, then the Pacific steamer to San Francisco. Total journey, 24 days. Vanderbilt nodded, his weathered face expressionless, save for the calculating intensity in his eyes. At 55, the man they called the Commodore retained the hard-muscled frame of his youth, though silver now threaded his dark hair. He dressed simply, a black frock coat over plain attire, nothing like the ornate costumes favored by New York's mercantile aristocracy. And that portage road, what's our progress? Construction continues. The locals are reliable enough when properly compensated. By summer's end, we'll have carriages running passengers straight through. Vanderbilt turned the figures over in his mind. 90,000 people rushing to California that year alone. At $300 per passenger, the arithmetic was compelling. More compelling still was the routing advantage. His Nicaragua passage would undercut the Panama route by hundreds of miles and many days. In the business of human impatience, days were dollars. And our corporate arrangements. The Accessory Transit Company is formally chartered, sir. You and Mr. White hold the controlling interests. Joseph White, a necessary partner with political connections and legal acumen. Vanderbilt had learned long ago that certain men served purposes beyond their capital contributions. White understood Washington, understood treaties, understood how to make paperwork flow properly. Still, Vanderbilt felt the familiar unease that accompanied any arrangement where control wasn't absolute. Keep our ownership structure quiet, Vanderbilt instructed. I don't want the Panama interests knowing our moves until we're operational. By 1851, the Accessory Transit Company had become the preferred passage to California. Vanderbilt's steamships departed New York and New Orleans, depositing gold seekers in Nicaragua, where river steamers carried them across Lake Nicaragua. After the short overland journey, Pacific steamers completed the journey to San Francisco. The route functioned as a single, integrated machine, Vanderbilt's specialty. $1 million, Joseph White announced in the company's Broadway office, indicating ledger books spread across a mahogany desk. The room was sparsely decorated, functional rather than ostentatious, reflecting its owner's practical sensibilities. Annual profit and growing. Vanderbilt nodded, examining the figures meticulously. Outside, horse-drawn omnibuses clattered along the cobblestones. Manhattan in the early 1850s pulsed with commercial energy. The Crystal Palace exhibition was rising in what would later become Bryant Park. A.T. Stewart's marble department store drew crowds on Broadway. And telegraph wires were beginning to knit the nation's business interests together. What of our competition? Vanderbilt asked. Panama's prices remain higher, their passage longer. They've attempted to match our schedules but can't maintain the consistency. White smiled thinly. Our congressional friends remain amenable to our interests. The Clayton-Bulwer Treaty ensures neither Britain nor America can claim exclusive control over any Central American transit route. Treaties, Vanderbilt said dismissively. Words on paper until tested. Nevertheless, our route is secure, though. White hesitated. Speak plainly. There's talk of filibusters, American adventurers looking toward Nicaragua for conquest. Nothing immediate but worth monitoring. Vanderbilt waved away the concern. Political instability was a constant in Central America. What mattered was maintaining operational discipline and financial control. Yet even as the enterprise flourished, he found himself increasingly irritated by White's growing assertiveness, the subtle ways in which his partner seemed to position himself as an equal rather than a functionary. Later that evening, As Vanderbilt's carriage navigated the still unpaved streets of Lower Manhattan toward his Washington Place home, he contemplated the partnership problem. Experience had taught him a fundamental rule: never surrender majority control. In any venture, he required at least 51% ownership. White was useful, but ultimately replaceable. All men were. The fashionable drawing rooms of New York buzzed with speculation in the winter of 1853. Cornelius Vanderbilt, that tireless commercial warrior, had announced his retirement. After decades of relentless empire building, the Commodore declared himself satisfied with his fortune and ready for leisure. To think of Vanderbilt at rest, marveled one broker to another at the Astor House. It's like imagining the East River flowing backward. What the gossiping financiers didn't know was that Vanderbilt's retirement announcement cloaked a more complex strategy. As the Commodore boarded a steamer for Europe, his first crossing of the Atlantic he'd dominated commercially for decades, he left behind carefully orchestrated instructions. In Paris, Vanderbilt cut an unimpressive figure among the boulevardiers of the Second Empire. Napoleon III's reconstruction of the city was underway, transforming medieval neighborhoods into grand avenues. Vanderbilt observed the spectacle with detached interest, his mind occupied with financial maneuvers occurring across the ocean. Each evening, cipher-laden telegrams arrived from New York. Each morning, he dispatched precise instructions to his agents. While publicly retired, Vanderbilt was orchestrating a sophisticated stock operation involving accessory transit company shares. First came strategically placed rumors questioning the company's prospects. Then, as shareholders grew nervous, Vanderbilt's agents began quietly selling short betting on a price decline. The predictable panic followed, driving the stock downward. When prices bottomed, different agents began purchasing shares at bargain rates, accumulating a controlling interest far more cheaply than would have been possible through direct negotiation. The final act came with Vanderbilt's sudden announcement that not only was his retirement exaggerated, but he intended to expand accessory transit's operations substantially. The stock rebounded dramatically, completing a manipulation that would have been illegal a century later but was, in 1853, merely considered shrewd business. By summer's end, Vanderbilt returned to New York with enhanced control of his Nicaragua enterprise and profits estimated between $1 and $2 million from the stock operation alone. The lesson was clear: insider control beats outside speculation. The man who controls information controls markets. The autumn of 1854 brought an unseasonably chill wind to New York Harbor as Vanderbilt's private yacht approached Manhattan's piers. The Commodore stood on deck, a telegram clutched in his hand, his face set in an expression that caused crew members to maintain a respectful distance. The message had reached him days earlier, while attending to his expanding business interests. Joseph White and Charles Morgan, another transit company partner, had allegedly sold controlling interest in the accessory transit company. The buyer, through various fronts, was William Walker, an American adventurer with designs on conquering Nicaragua. In his Washington Place study, Vanderbilt summoned his attorneys. The room was masculine and austere, leather-bound books, navigational charts, and a single portrait of his steamship North Star. No family images softened the space. This was a chamber for business, not sentiment. "They believe I can be disposed of through legal trickery," Vanderbilt said, his voice dangerously quiet, "as if I would pursue them through the courts like some petty merchant seeking payment for damaged goods." The eldest attorney cleared his throat. "The transfer appears to have been conducted with certain irregularities. We could file injunctions." "No." Vanderbilt's interruption was soft but final. Legal remedies are for men with time to waste. I prefer direct methods." He drafted a letter that evening, its contents becoming legendary in financial circles. "Gentlemen, you have undertaken to cheat me. I won't sue you, for the law is too slow. I'll ruin you." The threat was not idle. Within days, Vanderbilt began a systematic campaign against Walker's Nicaragua operation. New steamships suddenly appeared on the route, undercutting fares to ruinous levels. Nicaraguan officials received communications detailing legal claims against Walker's enterprise. European bankers discovered their loans to the regime carried unforeseen risks. Most devastating was Vanderbilt's influence in Washington. Though never a political creature by nature, he had accumulated sufficient connections to ensure Walker received no recognition or support from the American government. It was a masterclass in financial warfare, not a bullet fired, yet more effective than any military campaign. By 1856, the situation had reached its inevitable conclusion. Walker's filibustering government in Nicaragua collapsed under combined pressures: military challenges from neighboring states, financial strangulation orchestrated by Vanderbilt, and diplomatic isolation. The accessory transit company's physical assets in Nicaragua were seized in the conflict, rendering the once profitable route inoperative. On a gray December afternoon, Vanderbilt sat alone in his office, reviewing the final accounting. The Nicaragua venture had cost him approximately $2 million, $1 million in original equity, $3 million in loans, with only about $2 million recovered. For a man obsessed with winning, the loss was bitter. "A costly education," he murmured to himself as his clerk entered with the day's correspondence. "The Wall Street report, sir," the young man said, placing a newspaper on the desk, "and information about those railroad shares you inquired after." Vanderbilt glanced at the railroad prospectus with renewed interest. The Nicaragua disaster had clarified something essential: political risk destroys infrastructure investments. Foreign jurisdictions, no matter how profitable initially, carried uncertainties that no business acumen could fully mitigate. The American railroad network, by contrast, operated under a single national legal framework. Routes could be contested, competitors might emerge, but the fundamental rules remained consistent and enforceable. No filibuster could seize a New York terminus or a Hudson River connection. As evening settled over Manhattan, Vanderbilt studied maps of Eastern Railroad lines, the fragmented, competing systems that might, under proper management, become something greater. The Nicaragua chapter was closing. The railroad era beckoned. "Schedule appointments with the Harlem Railroad directors," he instructed his clerk, "and gather information on their outstanding stock, every share, every holder." The young man nodded, recognizing the shift in his employer's focus. What no one yet realized, not competitors, not Wall Street, certainly not the complacent railroad barons of the 1850s, was that Cornelius Vanderbilt had learned from defeat. The Nicaragua betrayal had cost him millions, but taught him priceless lessons about control, jurisdiction, and the superior value of domestic assets under American law. As gas lamps flickered to life along Broadway, the Commodore began drafting plans for his next campaign. The steamship era had made him wealthy. The railroad consolidations would make him legendary. The September rain tapped against the windows of Cornelius Vanderbilt's downtown office, a gentle percussion accompanying the scratch of his pen across ledgers spread before him. Outside, Wall Street had quieted as evening descended, the panic that had gripped the financial district since August now settling into a dull, persistent dread that hung over the city like the low clouds above. The Commodore, as he had been known for decades, studied the columns of figures with narrowed eyes. Revenue down 30% since the Ohio Life Insurance and Trust Company had collapsed, triggering the financial avalanche now known simply as the Panic of 1857. Once generating nearly $2 million annually, had contracted to roughly $500,000, still substantial wealth, but the decline troubled him. "Mr. Morgan is here to see you, sir," his secretary announced from the doorway. Vanderbilt nodded without looking up. "Send him in." Charles Morgan entered with the careful confidence of a rival who had recently become a wary ally. Their arrangement on the southern steamship routes represented a pragmatic alignment of interests rather than a true partnership. Neither man harbored illusions about friendship. This was business, calculated and precise. "Commodore," Morgan greeted him, removing his hat. "Terrible weather we're having." "I've sailed through worse," Vanderbilt replied dryly, finally looking up from his books. At 63, his face had the weathered quality of a man who had spent decades facing ocean winds. Yet his eyes remained sharp, assessing. "Sit." Morgan settled into the chair opposite the desk, glancing at the ledgers. "I assume you've been reviewing the damage from this unfortunate panic." Vanderbilt closed the book with a soft thump. "Damage is temporary. Weak men and weak businesses fail, the strong endure." "And yet," Morgan ventured, "even the strongest have felt the effects." A ghost of a smile crossed Vanderbilt's face. "Did you come here to discuss the obvious, Morgan, or do you have something of substance to say?" The silence between them was filled with the soft ticking of the wall clock and the patter of rain. Morgan had come to discuss adjustments to their southern route agreement, possible reductions in service frequency, potential consolidation of resources. The conversation that followed was a careful dance of proposals and counter-proposals, two shrewd men navigating the contraction of their market. When Morgan departed an hour later, Vanderbilt returned to his window, watching the rain-slick streets below where gas lamps created islands of yellow light in the gathering darkness. $20 million, he estimated his worth, a fortune built primarily on water, on the mastery of routes and vessels, on understanding the fundamental need for movement of goods and people. Yet something troubled him as he watched a carriage splash through a puddle below. The economic cycles were becoming more violent, more unpredictable. The steamship business, while profitable, was vulnerable to these swings in a way he found increasingly uncomfortable. "Father, you barely touched your dinner," William Vanderbilt noted as he joined his father in the study of their Washington Place home later that evening. Cornelius looked up from the newspaper he was studying. Reports of bank failures in the Midwest, farm foreclosures, unemployed laborers forming breadlines in the city. "Not hungry," he muttered. William, at 36, had grown into a capable businessman in his own right, though he remained firmly in his father's shadow. He studied the older man with concern. "The papers say recovery may begin by next year." Cornelius snorted. "The papers say what sells papers." He folded the news sheet and tossed it aside. "This panic will pass, like the one in 37, but something else is brewing. The country is splitting apart over slavery. Lincoln and Douglas are just the beginning." William nodded, pouring 2 glasses of brandy and offering one to his father, who accepted it with a grunt of thanks. They rarely shared moments of companionable silence, their relationship more functional than warm. But tonight, with the rain drumming against the windows and financial worries temporarily set aside, they found a rare moment of accord. "I've been thinking about railroads," Cornelius said suddenly, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. William raised an eyebrow. "You've always said they're overbuilt, speculative ventures." "Many are," the Commodore agreed. Poorly managed, overcapitalized, built where there's no traffic to support them. He took a sip of brandy. But the right ones, in the right locations, controlling the right terminals, let the thought hang unfinished. You're considering an investment. Vanderbilt's expression hardened slightly. Not yet, but I'm watching. The problem with steamships is that they're vulnerable to weather, to competition, to economic cycles. But railroads with the right terminals, the right connections, he shook his head. Just watching for now. The timing isn't right. Spring 1858 brought the first signs of economic recovery. The breadlines shortened, commerce gradually resumed its normal rhythm, and Vanderbilt's steamship operations began to regain lost ground. From his office, he could see increased activity at the docks, more vessels loading and unloading, more passengers boarding. Yet the national mood remained tense. The debates between Abraham Lincoln and Stephen Douglas in Illinois captured the nation's attention. The fundamental question of slavery's expansion into the territories revealing the fault lines that threatened to fracture the Union. You should consider diversifying further, advised Richard Shell, one of Vanderbilt's occasional financial advisors, as they reviewed investment opportunities one April afternoon. There are promising mining ventures in Nevada Territory. The Comstock lode. No. Vanderbilt cut him off. Speculative mining schemes are fool's games. I invest in things I understand, things I can count and measure daily. What about Western land, with settlement expanding? Land schemes are worse, the Commodore interrupted again. Paper empires built on promises and surveyors' claims. He shook his head. I want tangible assets with clear value, clear revenues. Transportation routes with sustainable demand. Terminals that can't be easily bypassed. Shell nodded, unsurprised by the response. Vanderbilt's skepticism about speculative ventures was well known, as was his aversion to substantial borrowing. While many of his contemporaries leveraged themselves heavily, the Commodore preferred to operate primarily with his own capital, maintaining independence from bankers and creditors. What are your thoughts on the tax situation? Shell asked, changing tactics. There's talk that the growing sectional crisis may eventually require new federal revenue streams. Vanderbilt shrugged. I pay what I must, no more. The city assessors have always been reasonable in their property valuations. The hint of a smile suggested this reasonableness might have been influenced by strategic relationships with city officials. In a New York where Tammany Hall's influence permeated municipal affairs, such arrangements were common practice among men of means. By 1859, Vanderbilt had re-established much of his coastal steamship business, though competition remained fierce and margins thinner than before the panic. His partnership with Morgan on the southern routes continued as a profitable arrangement based on aligned interests rather than shared governance. Exactly how Vanderbilt preferred his business relationships. On a crisp October morning, news of John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry reached New York, sending tremors through commercial circles. Vanderbilt read the reports with a grim expression, recognizing another sign of the approaching storm. This changes everything, he remarked to his son William during their weekly business meeting. Brown will hang, but this is just the beginning. You believe war is coming? William asked. I believe change is coming, the Commodore replied carefully. And with change comes opportunity for those who see it clearly and position themselves accordingly. Through the winter of 1859 and into 1860, as the presidential election campaign intensified and sectional tensions mounted, Vanderbilt began a careful, methodical assessment of his steamship holdings. He ordered detailed reports on each vessel's condition, operating costs, and revenue potential. He reviewed route profitability with obsessive attention to detail, questioning his managers about maintenance schedules, fuel consumption, and passenger trends. "He's preparing for something," one of his captains remarked to another. "I haven't seen him this focused on operational details since the California routes in '49. Lincoln's election in November 1860 and the subsequent secession of South Carolina in December confirmed Vanderbilt's worst fears about the national crisis. When Fort Sumter was fired upon in April 1861, launching the Civil War, New York City found itself in a paradoxical position, economically stimulated by war contracts while socially divided by political sympathies. For Vanderbilt, the war presented both challenges and opportunities. Confederate commerce raiders threatened coastal shipping, while inland transportation suddenly became critical to Union logistics. The federal government's massive expenditures fueled inflation and speculation, while creating new demands for transport infrastructure. In his Washington Place study one evening in late 1861, Vanderbilt sat with Daniel Drew, a financier whose methods often straddled the line between shrewd and unethical. Despite their differences in style, Vanderbilt's blunt force versus Drew's slippery manipulations, they shared a calculating view of the transforming economic landscape. "The government has instituted an income tax," Drew mentioned, referring to the Revenue Act of 1861, which imposed a 3% tax on incomes over $800. "First time in our history. They're desperate for war funds." Vanderbilt nodded impassively. "I'll pay what's required." Unlike some contemporaries who would scheme elaborate evasions, the Commodore generally accepted reasonable taxation as a cost of operating, though he was not above using his political connections to ensure favorable property assessments. "What interests me more," Vanderbilt continued, changing the subject, "is what this war means for transportation. The coastal routes are increasingly vulnerable to Confederate raiders. The CSS Nashville has already taken Union vessels. Others will follow." Drew leaned forward. "You're considering selling your steamship interests." "I'm considering," Vanderbilt confirmed carefully, "that the future of long-haul freight belongs to railroads. They're inland, protected from raiders. They're essential to Union supply lines. And when this war ends, and it will end, the nation will expand westward faster than ever." "Railroads are troubled investments," Drew cautioned. "Over-leveraged, poorly managed, competing lines building parallel tracks." Vanderbilt's expression hardened with determination. "I'm not interested in speculative rail ventures. I'm interested in strategic lines, terminal control, bottlenecks that can't be bypassed. The war is accelerating a transition that was already underway." He fixed Drew with a penetrating stare. "The right railroads, at the right time, will be worth more than any steamship fleet." Throughout 1862, as the Civil War intensified and transformed the national economy, Vanderbilt quietly began liquidating portions of his steamship holdings. He timed his sales carefully, often achieving near-peak valuations despite the uncertainties of war. The proceeds were not immediately reinvested. The Commodore waited, building cash reserves for the opportunity he increasingly believed was coming. New York City around him had become a study in contrasts, prosperous from war contracts yet tense with political divisions. The Irish working-class neighborhood simmered with resentment toward the conscription acts, while Republican merchants proudly displayed Union flags. Military uniforms were everywhere, along with the wounded returning from the increasingly bloody battlefields. One July afternoon, Vanderbilt stood at the window of his office, watching a military parade pass below, a regiment of Union soldiers marching to martial music before shipping out to the front. The street smelled of coal smoke and horse dung, the summer heat intensifying the city's perpetual odors. "They say the war could last years," remarked his secretary, who had entered with correspondence. Vanderbilt didn't turn from the window. Wars end. Economic patterns endure. He watched the last of the soldiers pass. The nation is being remade. Not just politically, economically. Federal power is expanding. National banking, greenback currency, transcontinental railroad subsidies. He finally turned from the window. When this is over, transportation will be different. Consolidation is coming. The secretary nodded, having grown accustomed to these moments of strategic reflection from his employer. He placed the letters on the desk and withdrew quietly. Alone again, Vanderbilt settled into his chair and opened a folder containing reports on various Eastern railroads, their routes, financial conditions, management, and terminal properties. At 68, with an estimated fortune of $20 million, he could have retired in comfort. Instead, he was preparing for perhaps the most significant pivot of his long career. The decision was crystallizing in his mind. Not an impulsive gamble, but a calculated adjacency bet based on decades of transportation experience. Long-haul freight would belong to the rails. Terminals and bottlenecks would command premium values. The economic future would reward those who controlled these critical connection points. As rain began to patter against the windows again, Cornelius Vanderbilt continued his methodical review of the railroad reports, his expression set in lines of concentration. The steamship era that had made him rich was ending. The railroad era that would make him legendary was about to begin. The fog hung low over Manhattan on that autumn morning in 1863, shrouding the city's spires and rendering the cobblestone streets slick with moisture. Cornelius Vanderbilt sat alone in his carriage, watching the passers-by through the window as his driver navigated the crowded thoroughfares. At 70 years of age, the Commodore, as he was widely known, carried himself with the bearing of a man who had spent his life on ship's decks, commanding the wind and waves to do his bidding. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's despite his advancing years, were fixed on an unremarkable building across from Wall Street where the New York and Harlem Railroad directors were meeting. Outside, newsboys hawked papers announcing the latest from Gettysburg, and men in dark suits hurried past with leather portfolios tucked under their arms. The nation was at war with itself, but Vanderbilt was waging a different kind of battle. "Wait here," he instructed his driver, stepping down from the carriage. He adjusted his simple black coat, far less ostentatious than the clothing favored by the nouveau riche populating Fifth Avenue, and crossed the street with purposeful strides. Inside the building, Leonard Jerome, a financier with mutton-chop whiskers and an aristocratic air, greeted him with a slight bow. "Commodore, we've been expecting you. The board is assembled." Vanderbilt merely nodded, following Jerome into a wood-paneled room thick with cigar smoke. Around a mahogany table sat a dozen men, their conversations falling silent as he entered. He did not take a seat immediately, instead walking to the window to gaze out at the harbor, where he had begun his fortune decades earlier. "Gentlemen," he finally said, turning to face them, "I believe we have business to discuss." That meeting marked the beginning of what would become known as the Harlem Corner, a financial maneuver so audacious that it would cement Vanderbilt's reputation as not merely a transportation magnate, but a master of the new capitalist order emerging from the crucible of the Civil War. Over the following weeks, Vanderbilt quietly accumulated shares of the New York and Harlem Railroad. The stock, trading at merely $9 a share, seemed unremarkable to most speculators. But Vanderbilt saw what others did not: a vital artery into Manhattan, a scarce commodity that could never be replicated. The railroad's tracks ran up Fourth Avenue into the heart of the city, terminating at 42nd Street, where Vanderbilt envisioned a grand terminal that would one day become the gateway to New York. On a December evening, he sat before the fireplace in his Washington Place home, reviewing ledgers with his son William. The house was modest by the standards of New York's elite. No gilded mirrors or imported marble, just solid, comfortable furnishings befitting a man who valued function over form. "Father," William said, looking up from the columns of figures, "the aldermen have agreed to the franchise extension. Our Harlem shares should rise considerably." Vanderbilt nodded slowly. "And they believe we don't know about their little scheme?" William allowed himself a small smile. "They think we're unaware of their plan to short the stock after rescinding the extension." The Commodore stared into the flames. "Let them think that. Meanwhile, we buy every share we can find." In the gray light of dawn, Vanderbilt often rode the Harlem line himself, dressed in simple clothes that gave no indication of his wealth or position. He would sit among the commuters, listening to their complaints about delays and discomfort, watching how the conductors performed their duties, noting where improvements could be made. He trusted his own observations more than any report from a college man, with fancy theories but no practical experience. By February 1864, the trap was set. The New York City aldermen, believing they held the upper hand, publicly rescinded the franchise extension they had promised Vanderbilt's railroad. They and their allies immediately shorted the stock, expecting it to plummet. Instead, they found themselves caught in Vanderbilt's web. "Buy more," Vanderbilt instructed his brokers from his sparse office overlooking the harbor. "Every share offered, no limit." As the price of Harlem stock rose instead of falling, panic set in among the short sellers. They had sold shares they did not own, betting the price would fall so they could buy cheaper and pocket the difference. Now, with Vanderbilt purchasing every available share, they faced ruin unless they could buy stock to fulfill their obligations. But there was almost none to be had except at prices that climbed daily, from $30 to $50, then $80, and beyond. One evening, as rain lashed against the windows of his home, Vanderbilt received an unexpected visitor. August Belmont, the American representative of the Rothschilds and a man of considerable influence, was shown into the study where Vanderbilt sat reviewing maps of rail routes. "Commodore," Belmont began, removing his rain-speckled hat, "I come representing certain interests who find themselves in an unfortunate position regarding Harlem shares." Vanderbilt did not look up from his maps. "The market price is the market price, Mr. Belmont. I don't set it, I merely participate in it. There are aldermen who may lose everything. There could be indictments, scandals. Perhaps they should have considered that before attempting to manipulate stocks while holding public office," Vanderbilt replied, his voice even but carrying the weight of cold steel. Did they think there would be no consequences? By summer, Harlem stock had soared to an astounding $179 per share. The aldermen were financially ruined, and, as Belmont had predicted, several faced indictments. But Vanderbilt had achieved more than mere revenge or profit. He had secured control of a critical transportation link into Manhattan and demonstrated to Wall Street that a new power had emerged. In the aftermath, while the financial papers buzzed with accounts of the Harlem corner, Vanderbilt turned his attention northward. The Hudson River Railroad, running along the western shore from New York to Albany, would be his next acquisition. Together with the Harlem, it would form the backbone of a system that could dominate transportation in the region. Through the hot summer of 1865, as the nation began its tentative recovery from 4 years of bloody civil war, Vanderbilt methodically accumulated Hudson River Railroad shares. The war had ended in April, with Lee's surrender at Appomattox and Lincoln's assassination sending shockwaves through a battered nation. Now, in peacetime, the scramble for economic advantage had intensified. On an August afternoon, Vanderbilt met with his eldest son at the construction site of the Grand Central Depot at 42nd Street. Around them, laborers sweated in the summer heat, laying tracks and raising iron columns that would support the massive train shed. This, Vanderbilt said, gesturing at the organized chaos of construction, is what matters. Not the stock certificates or the ledger books. This is real steel and stone and steam. Control this, and you control commerce itself. William nodded, understanding his father's vision. The Commodore had always been drawn to tangible assets, to machinery and vessels that moved people and goods. The financial manipulations were merely tools to secure what really mattered, the physical infrastructure of the new industrial age. By the end of 1865, the Hudson River Railroad was firmly under Vanderbilt's control. He immediately began integrating its operations with the Harlem, creating a unified corridor that would maximize efficiency and profits. No longer would passengers need to transfer between competing lines. Now, a single system would carry them from Manhattan to Albany and beyond. In his office, surrounded by models of steamships that had built his early fortune, Vanderbilt received reports from station managers and yardmasters. He reviewed them carefully, occasionally making notations in the margins with a steady hand. Despite his wealth and power, he remained deeply involved in operational details. "Sir," his secretary announced from the doorway, "Mr. Erastus Corning is here to see you." Vanderbilt nodded. Corning, the principal figure in the New York Central Railroad, was a formidable businessman in his own right, controlling the rail lines that ran from Albany to Buffalo across the northern tier of New York State. If Vanderbilt could bring these lines under his control, he would have a unified system stretching from Manhattan to the Great Lakes. Corning entered, leaning on a cane, his face bearing the strain of recent illness. The two men regarded each other with the wary respect of seasoned warriors. "I'll come directly to the point, Commodore," Corning said after they had exchanged brief pleasantries. "There have been rumors about your interest in the Central." "Not rumors, Mr. Corning, facts. I intend to create a single system from New York to Chicago. The Central is essential to that vision." Corning nodded slowly. "I've built that railroad over 20 years. It's more than just an investment to me." "I understand that," Vanderbilt replied, "and I respect what you've accomplished. But times are changing. The future belongs to consolidated systems, not fragmented lines." Throughout 1866, as Reconstruction policies stirred bitter controversy and westward expansion accelerated under the Homestead Act, Vanderbilt focused on bringing the New York Central into his growing empire. He sent agents to inspect the line's facilities, quietly consulted with its major shareholders, and built alliances with political figures who could smooth regulatory hurdles. In the marble corridors of Albany's Capitol building, where Boss Tweed's Tammany Hall machine exercised growing influence, Vanderbilt's representatives worked to ensure that legislative obstacles would not impede his plans. The regulatory environment remained chaotic and permissive. There was no Interstate Commerce Commission, no federal oversight of railroads. State charters could be obtained or modified through the right connections and, when necessary, the discreet transfer of funds. As autumn painted the Hudson Valley in crimson and gold, Vanderbilt often traveled the routes he sought to control, observing operations firsthand. On one such journey, he sat in a plain passenger car, watching as a young conductor collected tickets with mechanical precision. "How long have you worked for the Central?" Vanderbilt asked when the man reached his seat. 5 years, sir," the conductor replied, not recognizing the unassuming elderly passenger. "And before that?" Started as a brakeman on the Mohawk Valley line, worked my way up. Vanderbilt nodded approvingly. That's the right way, learning the business from the ground up. Later, he would remark to William, "Find me that conductor. Men like that who know the work because they've done it are worth 10 college-educated theorists." By early 1867, negotiations with Corning had progressed to serious discussions of price and terms. In February, during a bitterly cold week when ice floes choked the Hudson River and coal smoke hung in the frigid air, the final deal was struck. Vanderbilt would pay approximately $50 million to consolidate the New York Central with his existing railroads. On the day the papers were signed, a light snow fell over Manhattan. Inside a private dining room at Delmonico's restaurant on Fifth Avenue, Vanderbilt hosted a small gathering of associates who had helped bring the transaction to fruition. The celebration was restrained. No champagne flowed. No toasts were offered to the Commodore's genius. Such displays were not his style. As they dined on oysters and roast beef, August Belmont raised the question that many in financial circles were asking, "What will you call this new system, Commodore?" Vanderbilt considered for a moment. "The New York Central and Hudson River Railroad," he said simply. "It describes what it is. A direct route from the center of the continent to the center of commerce." By summer, the merger was complete. The system employed approximately 10,000 workers, operated hundreds of locomotives and thousands of cars, and generated annual revenue of $40 million. Vanderbilt's personal profit from the enterprise was estimated at $8 million for that year alone, a staggering sum that confirmed his position as one of the wealthiest men in America. Yet wealth itself seemed to interest him less than what it represented. Power, yes, but also validation of his methods and vision. Unlike the ostentatious displays of newer fortunes, Vanderbilt maintained his relatively modest lifestyle. While others built marble mansions uptown and filled them with European art, the Commodore remained in his Washington Place home, surrounded by familiar furnishings and the maps and models of his transportation empire. On an evening in late 1867, Vanderbilt stood at the observation platform of a private car as his train pulled into the nearly completed Grand Central Depot. The massive iron and glass structure loomed in the gathering darkness, a cathedral of the industrial age. Lanterns and gas lamps illuminated the tracks, where dozens of trains arrived and departed daily, carrying passengers and freight to destinations across his growing network. As he descended to the platform, a young reporter from the New York Herald approached, notebook in hand. "Commodore Vanderbilt," he called, "they're saying your railroad system is now the largest business enterprise in America. How does that make you feel?" Vanderbilt regarded the young man with a steady gaze. "It's not about size," he said quietly. "It's about control. Remember that." He walked away through the cavernous terminal, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. Around him flowed the human commerce of a nation in transformation, businessmen with leather portfolios, immigrants with tied bundles of possessions, soldiers returning from occupation duty in the South, women in crinolines guided by porters toward waiting carriages. All moved along paths that Cornelius Vanderbilt had created, following routes he controlled, paying fares that flowed into his coffers. The Harlem corner of 1863, which had seemed merely a financial coup, had in fact been the foundation stone of an empire, not of land or titles, but of movement itself. In a nation rebuilding after war and stretching westward with fevered ambition, nothing was more valuable than the power to control how people and goods moved through space. As Vanderbilt's carriage carried him home through streets now lit by gas lamps, he gazed out at the city he had helped transform. New York was emerging as the undisputed commercial capital of the continent. its harbor crowded with vessels, its banks swollen with capital, its streets thronged with humanity from every corner of the globe. And running through it all like arteries in a living organism were the steel rails of Cornelius Vanderbilt's creation, the pathways of a new age. The evening snow fell in heavy curtains outside the window of Cornelius Vanderbilt's study, transforming the gaslit streets of Manhattan into a muffled landscape of white. The Commodore stood with his back to the fire, studying a map of railway lines that spread across his mahogany desk like veins on an aging hand. He traced the Erie Railroad's path with a weathered finger, his face etched with the shadows of recent defeat. $7 million, he murmured to himself, the words hanging in the warm air of the room. 7 million, and what have I to show for it? The winter of 1868 had brought more than snow to the aging Titan's doorstep. It had delivered the bitter taste of a contest lost, not through lack of will or resources, but through a kind of financial sleight of hand he hadn't anticipated. Jay Gould, Jim Fisk, and Daniel Drew, men he had once dismissed as mere speculators, had outmaneuvered him in ways that left him both grudgingly impressed and coldly furious. The grandfather clock in the corner marked the passing hours with steady, indifferent strokes as Vanderbilt poured himself a small glass of brandy. At 74, he remained a formidable figure, tall, lean, with a captain's posture and eyes that had stared down storms at sea and rivals in boardrooms with equal resolution. But tonight, there was something different in those eyes: calculation, reassessment. Mr. Vanderbilt, his secretary, appeared at the door. "Mr. Clark is here to see you, sir." Horace Clark, his son-in-law and trusted business associate, entered with snow still clinging to his overcoat. The two men regarded each other with the familiarity of soldiers who had weathered battles together. "I've just come from the meeting," Clark said, removing his gloves. "The Erie board is feeling rather pleased with themselves." "No doubt," Vanderbilt replied, pouring a second glass. "Tell me what they're saying about their little printing adventure." Clark accepted the brandy with a nod. "They're calling it financial innovation. The newspapers are less kind. They're dubbing it the greatest stock swindle of the age. 100,000 new shares, materialized as if from thin air. And now they hide behind legislative skirts," Vanderbilt said, his voice low but edged with controlled anger, "while we pour money into Albany like water." $500,000 so far, Clark confirmed. Gould claims to have spent twice that. Vanderbilt turned to face the fire, the golden light playing across his features. "It's not the money that troubles me, Horace. It's the lesson being taught." "And what lesson is that, sir?" The Commodore was silent for a moment, watching the flames dance. "That I've been fighting on the wrong battlefield. Stock certificates are just paper. They can be conjured, manipulated, diluted. But terminals," he turned back to face Clark, his expression clearing. "Terminals are stone and iron. They cannot be printed overnight or spirited across state lines." "You're thinking of Grand Central," Clark said, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'm thinking of control," Vanderbilt corrected him. "Control the access points, and you control everything that needs to pass through them. Outside, a carriage passed, its bells muffled by the snow. Inside, something shifted, a strategy recalibrated, a philosophy refined." Spring came late that year. When it finally arrived, it brought not only the greening of the sparse trees above 42nd Street, but also the somber black of mourning to the Vanderbilt household. Sophia Vanderbilt, the Commodore's wife of 53 years, passed away after a prolonged illness that had kept her bedridden through the final phases of the Erie War. The Washington Place house fell silent in a way that even the presence of nurses and servants and visiting family members could not dispel. Vanderbilt moved through the rooms like a man suddenly unmoored, finding himself pausing at doorways where Sophia might have been. "She knew every contract I ever signed," he told William, his eldest son, as they sat in the parlor after the funeral. "Never learned to read until she was past 40, but once she did, she caught every mistake, every trap another man might try to set." William, solid and serious at 47, nodded. Unlike his father, he wore his grief openly. "She held us together, Father, and so she will continue to do," Vanderbilt said firmly. "The fortune stays intact. No division, no splintering. What we've built must remain as one." It was a conversation they had held before, but Sophia's death had given it new urgency. William understood the implication. He would be the inheritor of the bulk of the empire, responsible for keeping the Vanderbilt holdings consolidated. His siblings, especially Cornelius Jeremiah, with his gambling debts and epileptic fits, would receive far less. That evening, after William had gone, the Commodore found himself alone in the study that had been the heart of his home business for decades. On the desk sat a letter that had arrived earlier, an invitation from Tennessee Claflin, the young spiritualist whose seances had become something of a fascination for him in recent months. The skeptics and newspaper men might scoff, but Vanderbilt had found something compelling in these gatherings. Not just the possibility of connection with Sophia, but a different kind of insight that came from stepping outside the rational world of markets and machines. He tucked the letter into his vest pocket. Tomorrow there would be more meetings about the Grand Central Depot project, more decisions about the terminal that would cement his control of Manhattan's northern access. Tonight, perhaps, there might be comfort in less tangible realms. The summer of 1869 brought heat that shimmered above the construction site at 42nd Street and 4th Avenue. Vanderbilt stood beneath an umbrella held by an assistant, watching as hundreds of laborers swarmed over what would become Grand Central Depot. The architect, John Snook, unrolled plans on a makeshift table, pointing to the 3 enormous train sheds that would house the tracks. "The ironwork is behind schedule," Snook admitted, mopping his brow with a handkerchief, "and the costs have exceeded our estimates by nearly 30%. "Is it first class?" Vanderbilt asked, eyes fixed on the rising framework. "Absolutely, Mr. Vanderbilt. The finest terminal in the nation, perhaps the world." "Then proceed as planned. I didn't ask for economy. I asked for something that will stand for generations." The Commodore had already committed $3 million to the project, far beyond the original budget, but he recognized the value of the investment. This terminal would be more than a building. It would be the key that locked his railroad empire into place, funneling every passenger and freight car through a gate he controlled. As they walked the site, picking their way through piles of lumber and stone, William Tweed appeared, flanked by several associates. "Commodore," he called genially, "I see you're making magnificent progress." The two powerful men shook hands with the practiced cordiality of those who use each other for mutual benefit. Vanderbilt had long understood the necessity of maintaining relationships with Tweed and his Tammany machinery. The permits for Grand Central had moved through the city bureaucracy with remarkable speed, after all. "We expect to open next year," Vanderbilt replied, "though I understand you have your own building projects keeping you busy." Tweed smiled broadly. "The new courthouse will be a monument to civic pride." He didn't mention that it was also proving to be a monument to graft, with millions disappearing into fraudulent contracts. "Perhaps we could speak privately," Tweed suggested, glancing at Snook and the other onlookers. They moved to a quieter corner of the site, where the din of construction provided cover for their conversation. "I understand you've recently remarried," Tweed said. "Congratulations are in order." "Thank you," Vanderbilt replied simply. His marriage to Frank Armstrong Crawford, a distant cousin from Alabama, 35 years his junior, had set New York society tongues wagging. The newspapers had been filled with speculation, much of it unkind, about the young woman who had caught the eye of the 75-year-old millionaire. "I'm told she's quite charming," Tweed continued, "and that the family is adjusting." The Commodore's face hardened slightly at this reference to the tensions his remarriage had created. His children, particularly his daughters, had not welcomed Frank into their circle, seeing her as an interloper who threatened their inheritance. "My family matters are my own concern," he said flatly. "I assume you have business to discuss." Tweed nodded, accepting the rebuff. "The legislative investigation into the Erie affair continues to drag on. Your testimony was most diplomatic." Vanderbilt had indeed appeared before the New York State Legislature earlier that year, denying any knowledge of bribery despite evidence to the contrary. It had been a necessary fiction, part of the dance of power that both men understood. "I spoke the truth as I recall it," Vanderbilt said, his face impassive, "and I expect the matter will conclude without further trouble." Tweed's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Of course, though there are always those who seek to make political hay from these business disputes, men who don't understand how progress is achieved." The implication was clear. Tweed's influence in Albany could help ensure the investigation faded away quietly, but such assistance was never free. "I've always supported progress," Vanderbilt replied carefully, "and those who facilitate it." They parted with handshakes and vague promises to dine together soon, a meeting that would never occur. Within 2 years, Tweed's empire would crumble under the weight of exposés in the New York Times and Harper's Weekly, his corruption laid bare for all to see. But on this sweltering summer day, they were still two masters of their domains, navigating the borders where their interests overlapped. Autumn painted Central Park in russet and gold, a canvas of nature's splendor that contrasted with the increasingly urban character of Manhattan. Vanderbilt's carriage traveled slowly up Fifth Avenue, passing the mansions of the newly rich, who were transforming this stretch into the city's most prestigious address. Frank sat beside him, elegant in a burgundy traveling suit, her southern accent softened but not erased by months in New York. "They're saying the depot will open by November of next year," she said, following her husband's gaze as they passed 42nd Street. "Snook promised me October," Vanderbilt replied. "But building something to last takes time." Frank studied his profile, still strong despite his age, with the same determined set to his jaw that had been there when they first met. She had learned to read his moods, to understand when the silence was contemplation rather than dismissal. "William came to call yesterday," she said carefully, "while you were at the office." Vanderbilt turned to her, one eyebrow raised in question. "He wanted to discuss Christmas arrangements and to ask about your health." "My health is none of his concern," the Commodore said shortly, "and neither are our holiday plans." Frank placed her gloved hand lightly on his arm. "He's trying, Cornelius, in his way." The carriage turned onto a quieter street, away from the main thoroughfare. Vanderbilt sighed, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "He fears you'll give away what he considers his birthright," he said bluntly. "They all do, William, the girls, even Cornelius Jeremiah in his lucid moments." "And will you?" Frank asked, her voice gentle but direct. Vanderbilt looked at her, his expression softening slightly. "You'll be provided for, regardless of what happens after I'm gone. But the business, that must stay together. Split it up, and it becomes prey for men like Gould." The carriage stopped before a modest brownstone. This was not a social call or a business meeting, but something more private. The home belonged to a well-known medium whose seances had become a regular part of Vanderbilt's life since Sophia's death. "You don't have to come in," he told Frank as the driver opened the door. "I know," she replied, gathering her skirts, "but I will." Inside, the curtained parlor held the familiar trappings of a spiritualist gathering: a round table, chairs arranged in a circle, candles providing the only illumination. Several others were already seated, their faces expectant in the dim light. The rumors of Vanderbilt's involvement with spiritualism had become fodder for gossip, particularly when Tennessee Claflin and her sister Victoria Woodhull were present. Their radical views on free love and women's suffrage, combined with their sudden entry into the male-dominated world of Wall Street brokerage, had made them notorious figures in New York society. Tonight, however, the gathering was smaller, more intimate. The medium, a silver-haired woman with piercing eyes, nodded to Vanderbilt with the familiarity of long acquaintance. "The veil is thin tonight," she said as they took their seats. "The spirits are restless." Vanderbilt sat straight-backed, his skepticism never fully absent, but held in check by experiences he could not easily explain away. He had heard Sophia's voice in this room, had received messages that contained details no stranger could have known. As the séance began and the candles flickered, sending shadows dancing across the walls, the Commodore closed his eyes. Here, away from the boardrooms and construction sites, away from the financial battles and family tensions, he sought a different kind of connection, one that transcended the physical world he had spent his life mastering. Whether these moments brought him genuine contact with the beyond, or simply a respite from the relentless calculation of his waking hours, they had become essential to him. Like Grand Central Depot rising from the earth on 42nd Street, they represented a different kind of terminal, a connection point between what was and what might be. The winter of 1870 settled over New York with brutal intensity, bringing bitter cold that tested the resolve of the laborers still working on Grand Central. In his office overlooking the Hudson, Vanderbilt received reports on the progress with his characteristic mixture of impatience and strategic thinking. "The glass for the train sheds is delayed again," his secretary informed him. "The manufacturers in Pittsburgh claim the river freezing has prevented shipment." Vanderbilt nodded, making a note in his ledger. "Send word to them that I'll pay a 20% premium for expedited delivery once the thaw comes, and find alternative suppliers in case they can't deliver." The secretary departed, leaving Vanderbilt alone with the latest financial reports from his consolidated railroad holdings. The numbers told a story of increasing dominance. The New York Central system was now the most valuable railroad property in the world, its stock price reflecting both its earning power and the market's confidence in its controller. A knock at the door interrupted his review. William entered, stamping snow from his boots and rubbing his gloved hands together. "You should see Grand Central, Father," he said with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Even unfinished, it's magnificent. The iron framework for the center train shed was completed yesterday. It soars like a cathedral." Vanderbilt permitted himself a small smile. "I'll visit tomorrow. What news from Albany?" William's expression grew more serious as he removed his coat and took a seat. "The new legislation on railroad regulation is gaining support. Nothing that will trouble us immediately, but the sentiment is shifting. The farmers and small merchants are demanding protection from what they call monopoly pricing." "Let them complain," Vanderbilt said dismissively. "We control the terminals, the access points. They can regulate all they want, but they can't build new tracks into Manhattan." "There's more," William continued. "Tweed's position is weakening. The Times has begun publishing investigative reports, and there are rumors of a grand jury." This news was more concerning. Tammany Hall's support had been instrumental in smoothing the way for many of Vanderbilt's projects, including Grand Central. If Tweed fell, the political landscape would shift unpredictably. "We've maintained sufficient distance," Vanderbilt said after a moment's thought, "and we've dealt with political changes before." William nodded, though his expression remained troubled. "And the family gathering for Christmas? Will you and Frank be hosting at Washington Place?" The Commodore regarded his son with a penetrating gaze. "We will, and I expect all to attend and behave with appropriate civility." The unspoken tension hung between them. Frank's position as the new Mrs. Vanderbilt remained a source of discomfort and suspicion among the children. They saw her influence on their father, particularly regarding his interest in spiritualism, as evidence of manipulation rather than genuine connection. "Of course, Father," William said formally. "We all want what's best for you." After William departed, Vanderbilt stood at the window, watching snow blanket the city. The Erie War seemed distant now, a costly education that had ultimately strengthened rather than weakened him. He had learned to focus his energies where they mattered most, not on stock certificates that could be diluted or manipulated, but on physical infrastructure that created enduring advantage. Grand Central would be his monument, the physical embodiment of a philosophy refined through decades of competition. Control the terminals, control access, and you control the game itself. As darkness fell over Manhattan, the Commodore turned from the window, his mind already moving forward to the next challenge, the next opportunity. The defeat at the hands of Gould, Fisk, and Drew had cost him millions, but the lesson it taught would prove far more valuable in the end. The snow continued to fall, covering the city in a blanket of white that muffled sound and smoothed the rough edges of progress. Beneath it, the iron bones of Grand Central Depot continued to rise, a silent testament to the power of controlling not just transportation, but the points where transportation had no choice but to pass. The winter light angled through tall windows at 10 Washington Place, catching dust motes that drifted like golden snow across the Spartan office. Cornelius Vanderbilt sat behind his desk, weathered hands spread across a ledger filled with columns of numbers that represented the vast railroad empire he had built. Outside, New York City shivered in the grip of January 1872, but inside, the Commodore's attention was focused on something more immediate than the cold. 20%, he muttered, his voice gravelly with age but still commanding. "They'll feel that." William, his eldest son and heir apparent, stood by the window, watching carriages navigate the slush-covered streets below. At 61, William had grown into his father's shadow, competent, serious, and ever conscious of the patriarch's expectations. "Erie won't weather a 30% cut, Father. Their financing is already stretched thin." Cornelius looked up, blue eyes sharp beneath heavy brows. At 78, time had weathered him like a coastal rock, but had done little to diminish his force of will. "That's the point, William. Let them bleed until they're reasonable." He closed the ledger with a decisive snap. "We've got the terminals, we've got the routes. They can fight us or they can come to terms." The rate war had been raging since 1869, Cornelius methodically undercutting Erie Railroad's freight prices while leveraging his monopoly on New York City's most valuable terminals. It wasn't about the immediate profits, it was about discipline and consolidation. Let the competitors exhaust themselves, then negotiate from strength. By autumn of 1873, the financial landscape had shifted dramatically. The failure of J. Cook and Company in September triggered a cascade of bank collapses, credit contractions, and business failures that would come to be known as the Panic of 1873. The streets of New York filled with the newly unemployed as factories closed and construction halted. Yet within the Vanderbilt household, the economic hurricane caused barely a ripple. The Commodore sat in his study, reviewing a letter that had arrived that morning from Nashville, Tennessee. Holland McTire writes that the grounds have been secured, he said to Frank, his second wife, as she arranged fresh flowers in a simple vase. Despite her comparative youth, she had grown accustomed to her husband's ways. His cold baths at dawn, his plain food, his methodical approach to each day's business. "The university will be a fine thing," she replied, studying his weathered face. "$1 million is a substantial commitment." Cornelius nodded. "Nashville needs it. The South needs it. And I'll have my name on something that builds, rather than merely accumulates." He paused, a rare moment of reflection crossing his features. "McTire understands what I want. Control of the board, my name on the institution, something built to last. Not unlike a railroad. The pledge to found Central University, soon to be renamed Vanderbilt University, marked an unusual turn for a man known more for accumulation than distribution. The South was still recovering from the war, and the Commodore's wife's cousin, Bishop Holland McTire, had convinced him that an act of educational philanthropy could serve as a bridge between North and South. The old man had agreed with surprising readiness, though on his terms, $1 million, his name on the institution, and substantial control over its governance. It would be, like his railroads, built in his image. The winter of 1874 brought freezing rain that glazed Manhattan's streets and made travel treacherous. The depression that had begun with the panic had deepened, and tensions between the classes sharpened. In January, unemployed workers gathered in Tompkins Square to demand public works projects, only to be brutally dispersed by police. Cornelius watched the news of the riot from the shelter of his Washington Place home, far from the palatial mansions rising on Fifth Avenue where his contemporaries displayed their wealth through architectural excess. "They're saying 300 injured," William reported, folding the newspaper. "The Herald calls them communists and rabble-rousers." The Commodore grunted. Hungry men make poor decisions. He gazed out at the gray city, where smoke from thousands of chimneys merged with low clouds. "How are our passenger numbers?" William recognized the shift. His father rarely dwelled on matters he couldn't control. "Down 12% from last year. Freight is holding better, only down 7%. We're outperforming Erie and Pennsylvania substantially." "Good. We'll weather this storm like all the others." Cornelius reached for a stack of operational reports. "What's the progress on the Vanderbilt University Medical School?" William smiled faintly. His father had taken a sudden, intense interest in the Nashville project, demanding weekly updates on construction progress, faculty hiring, and curriculum development. "The medical school will open this fall, ahead of schedule. Bishop McTire is proving an efficient administrator." The Commodore nodded with satisfaction. His gift to the university remained an anomaly in a life otherwise characterized by business focus rather than philanthropy. Beyond $1 million pledged to Nashville, he had donated approximately $300,000 to various churches. The Dutch Reformed Church of his ancestors, the Church of the Strangers in Manhattan, and a chapel at Moravian Cemetery on Staten Island, where he would eventually be buried. These sums, while substantial in absolute terms, represented less than 1% of his annual income, a fact not lost on social critics who questioned whether America's wealthiest man was doing enough with his unprecedented fortune. By the summer of 1875, Vanderbilt University had opened its doors to its first class of approximately 200 students. The Nashville campus, with its central building modeled after the Parthenon, represented a new kind of monument for the Commodore 1, built not of iron rails and steam engines, but of stone, books, and young minds. In New York, Cornelius maintained his characteristic routine, rising at dawn, taking his cold bath, reviewing operations reports over a simple breakfast, then managing the vast railroad system that now stretched over 4,000 route miles, with more than 1,200 locomotives and 15,000 freight cars. After years of aggressive competition, an informal truce had developed between the major trunk lines. Rates stabilized, allowing profitability to return to the industry battered by both competition and depression. A reporter from the Chicago Tribune managed a rare interview with the Commodore that summer. Sitting in his office, surrounded by timetables, maps, and a small model sailing vessel, a reminder of his maritime beginnings, Cornelius spoke with characteristic bluntness. "$1 million is not much money," he told the astonished journalist when asked about his university donation. Later in the interview, when questioned about his business philosophy, he leaned forward, eyes sharp beneath heavy brows. It was this stubborn independence that had defined his career from the beginning. From the teenage ferry operator to the septuagenarian railroad magnate, he had always insisted on autonomy and control above all else. The winter of 1876 found America celebrating its centennial, even as economic hardship continued to grip much of the country. The Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia displayed the industrial and technological marvels of the young nation, from the mighty Corliss steam engine to Alexander Graham Bell's newly invented telephone. Cornelius, now 82, did not attend. His health had begun to decline noticeably, though his mind remained sharp. His railroad empire generated approximately $50 million in revenue that year, with his personal dividend income approaching $9 million. An almost unimaginable sum in an era when skilled laborers might earn $500 annually. William had assumed more day-to-day management responsibilities, but the Commodore still insisted on reviewing major decisions and financial reports. They sat together in the Washington Place study one December evening, the room lit by gas lamps that cast warm pools of light across leather-bound ledgers. "The engineering school at Vanderbilt," Cornelius said, his voice softer than it once had been. "I want it established by 1879. The South will need engineers to rebuild properly." William nodded, making a note. His father's interest in the university had grown as his health declined, as if the institution might preserve something of him beyond the financial empire. "Yes, father, I'll see to it." The old man nodded, then turned his attention to a stack of operational reports. "Now, tell me about the New York Central's coal supply contracts for winter. Are we protected from price fluctuations?" Even as mortality approached, the Commodore's focus remained on the machinery he had built, the vast interlocking system of rails, terminals, and rolling stock that connected the American heartland to its greatest port city. The new year of 1877 arrived with bitter cold. Snow banked against the windows of 10 Washington Place, and the Commodore's health had taken a decisive turn. Doctors came and went, their horse-drawn carriages leaving tracks in the snow that were quickly filled by fresh flakes. On January 4, the bedroom filled with family members, William, his siblings, their children. The Commodore's breathing had grown labored, his once powerful frame diminished by illness and age. William leaned close to his father's ear. "The New York Central system is secure, father. Everything is in order." The old man's eyes opened briefly, recognition flashing. He had spent decades building a transportation colossus, from steamboats to railroads, from competitive chaos to strategic dominance. Now, at 82, Cornelius Vanderbilt faced the one journey he could not control. He died that afternoon, leaving behind an estate valued at approximately $105 million, roughly 1/15% of the entire nation's GDP, equivalent to perhaps $2.5 to $3 billion in modern terms. The will, when read, revealed the final expression of his lifelong philosophy of concentrated control. Approximately 95% of the estate, $95 million, went to William, ensuring the empire would remain intact rather than fragmented. The remaining children received about $7.5 million divided between them, while Vanderbilt University received its promised million, and various churches and staff approximately $1.5 million. New York newspapers reported the death with banner headlines. The city's elite, many of whom had both respected and feared the Commodore, prepared for what would be a relatively modest funeral, in keeping with the man's lifelong aversion to ostentation. At the Church of the Strangers, where the service would be held, a minister reflected on the contradictions of the man, a titan of industry who lived plainly, a ruthless competitor who had begun a belated turn toward philanthropy, a man who had amassed one of history's greatest fortunes while maintaining the habits and directness of his humble origins. The public reaction to the will's terms, particularly the concentration of wealth in William's hands, sparked criticism. He died too rich, editorials proclaimed, questioning whether any man should accumulate such wealth, and whether the emerging industrial capitalism might create inequities too vast for a democratic society to bear. Yet for William, sitting alone in his father's study the night after the Commodore's death, the legacy was more personal. On the desk sat the old man's ledgers, timetables, and the small model boat emblems of a life spent building rather than simply enjoying the results of that construction. The empire would continue under William's stewardship. Vanderbilt University would open its doors to generations of students, and the name Vanderbilt would become permanently woven into American history, representing both the promise and the contradictions of the Gilded Age that Cornelius had helped to create. Outside, New York continued its relentless growth, the elevated railways expanding uptown, gas lights giving way to experimental electric arcs, telephone wires beginning to connect buildings. The city was transforming, just as the nation was transforming, under the influence of men like the Commodore men, who had reimagined America's physical and economic landscape through force of will, strategic vision, and unflinching determination. The ledgers on his desk would soon be closed, but the systems he had built would continue to shape the country long after the snow had melted from his grave at the Moravian Cemetery, where the chapel he had funded would stand as another small monument to a man who had never quite reconciled accumulation with distribution, conquest with legacy, or wealth with its ultimate purpose. The weight of the past has a curious nature. At certain moments, it feels less like a burden to be carried and more like a shadow determined to stretch across time itself. Such was the character of January 1878, as Manhattan's elite gathered in oak-paneled chambers where the reading of the late Commodore's will had set in motion forces that would outlive them all. Snow fell in delicate curtains outside the courthouse windows, muffling the sounds of horse-drawn carriages and muting the perpetual industry of the city that Cornelius Vanderbilt had helped shape. Inside, the air hung heavy with cologne, wool, and the particular tension that accompanies vast fortunes in transition. William Henry Vanderbilt, heir to the overwhelming majority of his father's $105 million estate, sat with practiced stillness. At 57, his frame had grown substantial, his mustache and sideburns meticulously groomed, a stark contrast to his father's weather-worn severity. The Commodore had been dead for just over a year, but his presence seemed to linger in every corner of New York, from the Hudson River piers to the gleaming rails of Grand Central Depot. "Your Honor," began the lawyer representing Cornelius Jeremiah Vanderbilt, the disinherited son, "we intend to demonstrate that the testator was not of sound mind when executing this document." The lawyer paused, savoring the weight of his next words. His devotion to spiritualism, his communion with the dead through mediums and seances, these beliefs rendered him susceptible to undue influence. William barely blinked. The attacks on his father's competency were expected, even if they stirred something uncomfortable within him. The Commodore, a man who had conquered steamship routes, railroad empires, and financial titans, now reduced to whispered allegations of spectral manipulation. Later that evening, William settled into the library of his Fifth Avenue mansion, its walls adorned with European paintings acquired at prices that would have made his father scoff. He poured a modest glass of brandy as Frank Crawford, his brother-in-law and confidant, joined him. "Cornelius has asked for $2 million," Frank said, referring to the disinherited son by his full name, a subtle linguistic separation from the Commodore himself. William swirled the amber liquid. "He won't get it in court." "No," Frank agreed, "but a settlement might be preferable to months of newspapers printing stories about your father communing with spirits." "The great Cornelius Vanderbilt," William said with unexpected softness, "builder of empires, master of men, brought low by claims he took business advice from the dead." He set down his glass. "$1 million might silence him. A fraction of what father left me, but enough to make the stories disappear." "And the others? Your sisters, the younger brothers?" Frank asked. "They'll need to be satisfied as well. The will isn't the issue. It's the threat of public spectacle." William looked out at the snow, still falling. Father understood power, but he never fully grasped reputation. In this new world, they're becoming one and the same. By autumn of 1879, William had settled the claims against the estate. Cornelius Jeremiah received his payment, though it would do little to cure the gambling addiction that consumed him. The newspapers, always hungry for scandal, found the quiet resolution disappointing. The secrets of the seance room, the alleged spiritual advisors, and the questions of the Commodore's faculties remained largely confined to whispers and speculation. William turned his attention to expanding what his father had built. Where the Commodore had been a force of nature, profane, direct, uncompromising, William cultivated a different approach. His offices, in the Grand Central Depot, featured Persian carpets and mahogany furniture. The railroad empire grew more sophisticated, more systematized under his guidance. The margins on eastbound grain shipments have improved 12%, reported an executive one crisp October afternoon, and the consolidated scheduling has reduced idle time at Albany by nearly a third. William nodded, making a notation in his ledger. His father had built through acquisition and intimidation. William would build through efficiency and integration. By 1880, the New York Central system was moving more tonnage than ever before, at lower costs per mile, with greater predictability. Yet the ghosts of the past refused to stay buried. In the spring of 1882, a reporter from the Chicago Daily News approached William about railroad freight rates. "What do you say to those who claim your consolidation has hurt the small shipper?" the reporter asked. William, tired from a long board meeting, responded curtly, "I don't take my orders from the public. I take them from the directors of these properties." The next day's headline, "The public be damned," says Vanderbilt, would haunt him for the rest of his days. Though he protested that his words had been twisted, the phrase stuck like tar to the family name. It captured what many already believed about the railroad barons and the empires they controlled. That evening, William stood at the window of his study, looking out at Fifth Avenue. "Father would have said worse and never apologized," he murmured to himself. But times are changing, the rules are changing. By 1885, William had nearly doubled his inheritance to approximately $200 million. His health, however, was failing. On a December afternoon, as weak winter light filtered through his bedroom windows, he summoned his sons Cornelius II and William Kissam. "The world that made your grandfather possible is ending," he told them, his voice steady despite his weakness. "Congress is talking about railroad regulation. The newspapers call us robber barons." The next generation of Vanderbilts must be known for more than accumulation. William died that same month. His estate, split more evenly than his father's had been, ensured that the third generation of Vanderbilt men would be among the wealthiest in America. They took his words to heart, building palaces that rivaled European royalty. The Breakers in Newport, Biltmore in North Carolina, mansions along Fifth Avenue that defined Gilded Age excess. Meanwhile, the regulatory apparatus that William had foreseen began to take shape. In 1887, Congress passed the Interstate Commerce Act, creating the first federal agency designed to oversee railroad rates and practices. 3 years later came the Sherman Antitrust Act, explicitly targeting the monopolistic practices that had been standard business strategy during the Commodore's era. The legislation wasn't particularly effective at first. Loopholes were abundant, enforcement weak. But the architecture of constraint had been established. What Cornelius Vanderbilt had done by sheer force of will and financial might was gradually being reframed as something the law should control rather than celebrate. The great-grandchildren of the Commodore came of age in a world transformed. In 1913, the original Grand Central Depot that Vanderbilt had built was replaced by the magnificent Beaux-Arts terminal that still stands today. The building's grandeur, with its soaring celestial ceiling and marble concourse, represented both continuity and evolution. Built on the same strategic footprint the Commodore had secured decades earlier, but reimagined for a new century. At the dedication ceremony, William Kissam Vanderbilt II stood among the dignitaries, observing how the crowd marveled at the terminal's splendor. His grandfather would have measured the structure in terms of train capacity and operational efficiency. His father might have calculated its effect on neighboring property values. But the third generation Vanderbilt found himself thinking about legacy, about what endures when fortune and power inevitably fade. The New York Central system remained one of the nation's vital arteries, carrying passengers and freight across the eastern seaboard. The great steel roads his grandfather had consolidated continued to shape American commerce, even as automobiles began to challenge rail's dominance. Yet, with each passing decade, the Vanderbilt fortune dispersed further. The income tax, introduced in 1913, and the estate tax, implemented in 1906, began the slow erosion of America's greatest gilded fortunes. World wars, the Great Depression, and changing economic structures accelerated the process. By the mid-20th century, the railroad empire itself showed signs of strain. Passenger service declined as Americans embraced cars and airplanes. Freight competition intensified. In 1968, nearly a century after the Commodore had created his system, the New York Central merged with its longtime rival, the Pennsylvania Railroad, forming Penn Central, a desperate attempt at survival that ended in spectacular bankruptcy just 2 years later. In the autumn of 1973, approximately 100 Vilt descendants gathered at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, the institution founded with the Commodore's $1 million gift. Among them were lawyers, artists, homemakers, and business professionals, comfortable certainly, but none possessed the staggering wealth that had once defined their family name. As they toured the campus that bore their name, many reflected on the curious arc of American fortune. In less than a century, a sum that had represented over 1% of the entire national economy had diffused into relative modesty. "My great-great-grandfather built like there was no tomorrow," remarked one descendant to a university historian. "I've always wondered if he ever imagined us, all these Vanderbilts, none of us billionaires, none of us railroad titans." "Perhaps that's the most American part of the story," the historian replied. "The fortune that seemed eternal in 1877 couldn't survive inheritance, taxation, and time." That evening, as the descendants dined in a hall adorned with portraits of the university's benefactor, the ghost of the Commodore seemed both present and impossibly distant. The man who had navigated periaugers across New York Harbor, who had broken monopolies only to forge his own, who had remade American transportation through will and ruthlessness, had become something else entirely, a case study, a cautionary tale, a founding myth of American capitalism. In the decades that followed, Vanderbilt's legacy continued its transformation. Historians debated his methods and motivations. Was he the embodiment of American ingenuity and determination, or the perfect example of capitalism's predatory instinct? The answer depended largely on where one stood, on questions about wealth, power, and the proper limits of both. His transportation innovations had undeniably helped build a nation, reducing the cost and time of movement across vast distances. Yet his monopolistic practices and political manipulations had also demonstrated the dangers of concentrated private power, a lesson that informed regulatory frameworks still evolving today. Grand Central Terminal survived the wrecking ball in the 1970s, preserved as a landmark through the efforts of Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis and other preservationists. The building stands as perhaps the most tangible remnant of Vanderbilt's vision, a cathedral to movement, commerce, and connection. In corporate boardrooms and business schools, the Vanderbilt template remains a subject of study. His vertical integration strategies, his recognition of strategic choke points, his understanding that controlling terminals meant controlling systems. Modern logistics, giants, tech platforms, and infrastructure investors still apply principles the Commodore would recognize, even as they operate in regulatory environments created specifically to constrain the power he once wielded without restraint. Some aspects of his life remain elusive: his exact literacy level, the true extent of his involvement with spiritualism, the detailed operations of his businesses. These gaps in the historical record leave room for continued reassessment and reinterpretation, for new generations to find meaning in the story of a Staten Island boatman who became, for a time, the richest man in America. As Manhattan's skyline evolved around Grand Central, as regulations shaped and reshaped American commerce, as the Vanderbilt name adorned universities, hospitals, and museums rather than corporate empires, the Commodore's afterlife proved more complex than he likely imagined. The man who consolidated power found his legacy diffused across institutions, regulations, and cultural memory. A different kind of immortality than the one he might have sought, but perhaps a more enduring one. In the quiet corridors of Grand Central today, amid the rush of commuters and the whispered conversations of travelers, one can still sense the shadow of Cornelius Vanderbilt, the ambition, the vision, the contradiction. The empire dissolved, but the imprint remained, etched into the architecture of American possibility and its necessary constraints.